Chapter 30, 390. The expressions of the Sikong family members changed when they heard this. The people from the Dragon Valley frowned when they saw this scene. It seemed that they had indeed obtained something good. They cooperated obediently and opened the remaining seals. They were thoroughly enraged. They had been here for so long but had not obtained many treasures. Instead, it seemed that the Sikong family had reaped a bountiful harvest. How could they feel at ease now? How could this be? The Sikong family members were shocked. Could this kid have seen it before? But they had discovered that someone had peeked at it before. The Crimson Dragon and the others also flew to Lin Xian's side and asked softly, "Kid, what's going on?" Lin Xian replied telepathically. He had guessed that the Sikong family knew that there was a great sage tower here. Moreover, it was said that every time the great sage tower opened the void ocean, countless powerhouses would be sent in. They must be the most familiar with the situation in the void ocean. Therefore, their chances of obtaining treasures were also the highest. Su Chen's guess was right. The Sikong family had indeed obtained many treasures before, so they would not let the great sage tower explore them now. At this moment, a powerhouse from the Sikong family said, "This kid is trying to trick us. He's trying to sow discord between us. He wants to reap the benefits without doing anything." "That's right, I'm trying to sow discord. Besides, I lied before. The Sikong family did not obtain anything. Let's not make things difficult for the Sikong family." Lin Xian shrugged. The expressions of the surrounding powerhouses darkened when they heard this. How could this be? When they saw the changes in the faces of the space-time family members, they knew that something was wrong. Therefore, these people's expressions turned cold and their auras became stronger. No matter what happened before, they had to work together to break the remaining seals and split the treasures. Otherwise, don't blame them for being rude. Don't go too far. This is our great sage tower. Humph. So what if it's your great sage tower? If you're not convinced, then let's fight. The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley were the most hot-tempered and attacked directly. With a boom, a great battle broke out. The Sikong family members were also furious. Did they think they were afraid of them? They unleashed all kinds of heaven and earth vision to contend with the physical body of the Dragon Clan. A shocking collision occurred, and a terrifying force swept in all directions. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. The 8-Wind Palace, the Dark Moon Palace, the Vermilion Bird Palace, and the surrounding sages had all made their moves. For a time, the Sikong clan received an extremely severe blow. Although these people's strength had been suppressed by 30%, and they had the bonus of their bloodline, there were simply too many experts around. For a time, they were beaten back repeatedly and vomited blood. Damn it, let's fight. The members of the Sikong clan roared madly, while Lin Xian and the others retreated into the distance. Looking at this scene, they sneered again and again. The Sikong clan would probably vomit blood from anger this time. Serves them right. Who told them to join hands to deal with us earlier? Now, let them have a taste of being beaten up by a crowd. Since the battle had already started, it probably wouldn't stop for a while. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't pay attention to it and let these people fight each other. He still had his own goals. He raised his head and looked at the statue of the great sage at the very top. His next step was to seize the statue of the great god. Thinking of this, Lin Xian retracted his aura. His figure flashed, and he directly rushed to the top. The Crimson Dragon and the others also quickly followed. Soon they left the battle area below and came to the top. Here, the statue of the great sage seemed to suppress everything. There weren't any terrifying energy, fluctuations in the surroundings. When they arrived here, they all felt their hearts sink. They finally arrived near the statue and looked at it carefully. This statue wasn't very big. It looked like it was carved from a real person. Although they didn't know who carved it, the aura made everyone know that all of this wasn't simple. The statue had the appearance of a man. He had a burly figure, a square face, and long hair that reached his shoulders. At a glance, he looked like an unparalleled god of war. Was this the great sage of the Sikong clan? Lin Xian and the others were shocked. Looking at the other party's disdainful appearance, he indeed cultivated the righteous qi of heaven and earth. Should I take this thing? Lin Xian stretched out his hand and grabbed in front of him. Soon, he enveloped the statue of the great sage with light. However, he didn't succeed. This was because the statue of the great sage was abnormally heavy. No matter how much power he exerted, he couldn't move it at all. Lin Xian furrowed his brows, while the people around him sucked in a breath of cold air. This statue of the great sage was really too mysterious. At that moment, they heard a scream from below. It was the people of the Sikong clan. They were covered in blood. Many of them were seriously injured. Some of them even turned into human form from the blood mist. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The battle just now had caused them to suffer heavy losses. Therefore, an elder said, "All right, let's stop fighting. I'm going to hand over some of the treasures." As he said that, he took off his storage ring and threw out all the things inside. In an instant, many treasures appeared. Pills, weapons, spirit herbs, and crystals appeared in the surroundings. Those people's eyes instantly turned red. The Crimson Dragon also exclaimed. His eyes were burning. Damn it, the people of the Sikong clan really have good things. Lin Xian sneered. Idiot. Yan Ryu also sighed. Yes, if they didn't hand over the treasures, there would be no evidence. Perhaps the fight would end in the end. However, these people were probably in a killing frenzy now. Indeed, the surrounding powerhouses instantly divided up the treasures. However, they didn't leave. Instead, their eyes were red. They stared at the people of the Sikong clan. An elder actually had so many things in a storage ring. You have so many storage rings. Hurry up and hand them all over. They were really too greedy. Damn it, don't push your luck. The people of the Sikong clan were also angry. They had originally thought that they would take a step back. If they took out a portion of the treasures and gave them away, these people would stop. However, they didn't expect these people to be so greedy. No matter how strong these people were, even if they were sages, they were still humans. Although their strength transcended the heavens and earth, humans were greedy creatures. Now that they had tasted the sweetness, how could they stop? As expected, the people of the Dragon Valley and Eight Wind Hall attacked even more fiercely. Every move was fatal. They wanted to kill the people of the Sikong clan and seize all the treasures of the Sikong clan. As expected, the battle that followed was even more terrifying. The people of the Sikong clan were injured even more severely. They were about to be wiped out. At this moment, the people of the Sikong clan roared crazily. Damn it, you've gone too far. Since you want to kill us, don't blame me for being merciless. At worst, we'll all die together. After saying that, he waved his hand and the blood of countless powerhouses flew out and merged into the surrounding Great Sage Tower. Many of them knelt down, respectfully, and shouted loudly, "Please show your spirit and destroy these strong enemies." They directly knelt down in the sky. Chapter 30, 391. After the walls of the Great Sage Tower absorbed the blood of the Sikong family experts, they suddenly lit up and formed terrifying blood-red patterns. Then they turned into lightning and charged over. Boom! The blood-red lightning danced in the air and cracked. Then the experts of the Vermilion Bird Palace and the Eight Wind Palace screamed. They were directly split open, and countless lightning cracks appeared on their bodies. The others, such as those from the Dragon Valley and the Dark Moon Temple, felt their scalps go numb. The blood-red lightning around them kept rushing over, as if it had turned into a blood-red sea of lightning. It was extremely terrifying. The Grand Ancestor had appeared. Our great sage had appeared. The Sikong family members were covered in blood and pale. Many of them had already fallen to the ground and were twitching. However, when they saw this scene, they were incomparably excited. Their hearts were fanatical. The great sage had finally appeared to save them. Damn it, how could this be? Could it be that the great sage was not completely dead? The expressions of the surrounding experts all changed. A few of the sages even shouted coldly and split open the terrifying lightning. Then they quickly charged over. At the same time, the statue of the great sage above moved. An extremely terrifying aura surged down. It was a righteous aura that formed a huge seal that descended from the sky. With a boom, 2 sages were directly sent flying. The 2 sages screamed as their bodies were split in half. They hurriedly dragged their corpses and fled into the distance, their eyes filled with fear. What was that? There was actually something here that could threaten them. The others also looked up. They saw that there was a statue of the great sage above, standing there and suppressing everything. Moreover, Lin Xian and the others were standing near the statue of the great sage. Damn it, how did that kid go there? Could it be that he was the one who launched the attack just now? No, that was a righteous aura. Was it from the Sikong family? Which statue did it come from? Could it be that the brat was there for the statue of the great sage? At the thought of this, many people's eyes instantly turned red. If they could obtain the great sage's statue and comprehend the secrets within, perhaps they could obtain the great sage's inheritance. In an instant, many people rushed over. However, at this moment, the great sage's statue also showed its power. The righteous qi kept gushing out in all directions, hitting the people who wanted to get close, causing them to scream miserably. The hearts of Lin Xian and the others pounded wildly. Just the aura released by the great sage statue was already so terrifying. If he really unleashed his full power, the power would be unimaginable. Even a statue was so powerful. He wondered how terrifying a true great sage would be. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, they also felt a sense of relief, because at that moment they were floating beside the statue of the great sage. It could be said that they were standing side by side with the statue and not beneath the feet of the great sage. Therefore, he was not attacked by the righteous spirit. However, their hearts were still beating wildly. Who knew if the statue of the great sage would suddenly attack them? The crimson dragon frowned. Brat, hurry up and think of a way to get that thing away. Otherwise, more and more people would target them. At that time, it would be troublesome to make a move. Lin Xian also said, "Of course I know, but this thing is too strange. I can't even lift it." His face was a little pale. With the power of his divine body, what couldn't he lift? But the statue of the great sage didn't budge. Buzz! The sages below rushed over once more, trying to get close to the statue of the great sage. Because to them, the great sage's inheritance must be hidden in the statue of the great sage. Therefore, their eyes turned red. Blood surrounded their bodies, and some of them were even about to activate their bloodline. Seeing this, Lin Xian was extremely anxious. But at this moment, the great dragon's sword soul suddenly flew out and pierced towards the statue of the great sage. This scene was truly too sudden. It was so sudden that even Lin Xian was shocked. The crimson dragon, Yen Ruyu, and the others screamed. What was going on? Could it be that Lin Xian had made a move? They turned around and saw Lin Xian's shocked face. In a flash, the great dragon sword spirit collided with the statue of the great sage. Then it released a shocking amount of energy. A terrifying sword wave swept out in all directions, and the righteous spirit of heaven and earth surged wildly. A crack appeared on the statue of the great sage, and it spread out in all directions. Lin Xian gasped. The statue of the great sage was broken? What was going on? Beside him, the crimson dragon screamed. "Kid, what the hell are you doing?" Lin Xian said, "I didn't do it. The great dragon sword spirit took the initiative to attack." What? Hearing this, Yen Ruyu and the others were stunned. The crimson dragon was even more stunned. He had never encountered such a situation before. Indeed, Lin Xian was extremely confused. But soon his eyelids twitched and golden runes appeared in his eyes. He stared at the statue of the great sage. No, there's something in the statue. Look, Lin Xian exclaimed. The hearts of the dark red divine dragon and the other two thumped wildly. They unleashed their powers to resist that terrifying and overwhelming aura. In the next moment, they saw the statue of the great sage crack open, and a figure appeared inside. It was also a man with a dignified face. His black hair fell to his shoulders, and he had a terrifying aura. He looked exactly like the statue. What's going on? Why is there another person in the statue? Is it another statue? Or is it the corpse of the great sage? Thinking of this, their hearts beat wildly. In the next moment, their expressions changed, because they realized that the eyes of the figure in the statue of the great god were shining. One was as black as ink, and the other was as red as blood. What kind of eyes were those? Moreover, the color of the eyes was really strange. Among them, the eyes of the crimson and red eyes moved. Everyone's hair stood on end, and they retreated frantically. The eyes of the statue that seemed to be the corpse of the great sage actually moved. Could it be that the other party was not dead? The other party was alive. Thinking of this, their scalps were about to split open. A living great sage. Dear heavens! Something big was about to happen. Retreat quickly. Lin Xian roared and quickly retreated. However, it was already too late. That blood-red eyeball turned, and immediately a frightening aura was emitted from its body. It swept in all directions. The entire great sage tower shook violently. This scene stunned the powerhouses of the Fane of Darkness and the Dragon Valley. Only the people of the Sikong family were stunned at first, but then they were overjoyed. The patriarch had performed a miracle. The patriarch's remnant soul was still here. Welcome, the patriarch. They knelt on the ground and kept worshipping. The bloodline power in their bodies surged rapidly. Chapter 30, 392. Damn it, what was going on? How could this be? Many experts were dumbfounded. Many of them looked up, their bodies trembling. The great sage statue had been revived. Many people gasped when they heard this. Some of them shook their heads. Impossible! How could a statue be revived? However, they saw that some of the saints were retreating in fear. Indeed, a few sages had wanted to snatch the great sage statue because they thought that it contained the great sage's legacy. But now they were being pushed out by an extremely terrifying force. They even saw the eyes of the great god statue twitch. This made their hair stand on end. Buzz! The great sage tower shook even more violently. The red light in the eyes of the great sage statue suddenly shone brightly, covering the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the next moment, everyone inside was enveloped. Oh no, they resisted like crazy. Boom! They were hit into the void and disappeared. Yanruyu and the others also exclaimed and disappeared. Lin Xian's great dragon, Sword Soul, roared and cut off the red light. It completely enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian frowned. His face was incomparably gloomy because he realized that other than him, everyone in the great sage tower had disappeared. Were they all killed? But very quickly he shook his head. That was impossible. Yan Ruyu's trump card was in no way inferior to his great dragon Sword Soul. Therefore, they should not have been killed. If they suddenly disappeared, it was very likely that they were teleported away. Thinking of this, his face was gloomy. It was not only the 3rd level, the 2nd level, and even the people on the 1st level were all enveloped by the red light and disappeared. Outside, the people who had yet to enter also saw the great sage tower shake violently. What was going on? What happened inside? They were extremely shocked. Could it be that there was a shocking battle inside? That the great sage tower was shaking? Before they had time to think, the great sage tower shook violently, causing the 9 heavens and 10 lands to collapse. In the next moment, all the foreign experts in the Void Sea were teleported out. Outside the Void Sea, countless experts were waiting there. They were all people from the various large clans who were prepared to welcome them. At this moment, the faces of these people from the sects were relaxed. Many people sat on spirit boats or demonic beasts, sipping tea and discussing the Tao. I wonder how these little fellows are doing inside. A white-haired old man said with flickering eyes. His hair was very long, hanging down to his feet. It was incomparably white and carried a strange aura. This was a grand elder of the Sikong family. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Hopefully, they'd be able to find the whereabouts of the great sages. Don't worry, Elder, we're well prepared this time. Many experts are going in. And this time, even Sikong Jing, who had a pure bloodline, had gone in. There would definitely be no problem. The other members of the Sikong clan also said with a smile. Hearing this, the Grand Elder nodded, picked up the spirit tea beside him, and slowly tasted it. On the other side, the powerful beings of the Dragon Valley were also chatting and laughing. They were very confident in their lineup and the strength of their powerhouses. They didn't think that anything unexpected would happen. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a violent trembling sound was heard. The void ocean in front of them suddenly surged with waves, crashing in all directions. A terrifying force spread across the universe. What's going on? What's happening? The surrounding powerful beings of the large sects all stopped talking and stood up one by one. The people of the Sikong family frowned. Could the changes in the void ocean have something to do with the great sages they were looking for? Before they could figure it out, countless cracks appeared in the void ocean. Then, figures flew out from the cracks. They're out? After seeing those figures, many people were stunned. They realized that they were all their people. These people had already come out. But it shouldn't be. They came out earlier than they expected. Sure enough, these people were adventurers from the void ocean. After flying out, they felt dizzy and had sunken eyes. Then they regained their strength. They looked around vigilantly. However, when they saw the elders of their respective families, they were all stunned. Damn it, what's going on? Why did I come out? They were all dumbfounded. The elders and powerful beings were even more confused. They hurriedly asked, "What happened? Why did you come out early?" The powerful beings of the Dragon Valley, 8-Wind Palace, and Dark Red Palace all came forward to look for their people. Many people returned to their own camps. Among them, some of them screamed. What's going on? Where's Yu Lingzi? The people of the Dark Moon Palace were the first to scream. This was because they realized that their most outstanding prodigy, Yu Lingzi, who had entered this time, had disappeared. When the others heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Yu Lingzi was a renowned, peerless genius. Could it be that something had happened to him? Did a sage do it? The others sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, another scream was heard. Damn it, where's Long Shan? The others were stunned again. Long Shan was one of the peerless geniuses of the Dragon Valley. He was not inferior to Yu Lingzi. Moreover, his body was so strong that it could be said that no one could compare to him. Now he had disappeared too? Many people gloated. They didn't expect that 2 top geniuses would die in the void ocean. However, soon they were stunned again. It wasn't just 2 geniuses. In the end, they were all trembling. After that, the people from the Ba Huang Palace and the Sikong clan started to scream. They were the top geniuses of the Ba Huang Palace. Sikong Jing Huang Batian and the others had also disappeared. Impossible, right? The surrounding elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. It was normal for 1 or 2 peerless geniuses to die. After all, accidents happened all the time. But now all the geniuses of the major families and sects had disappeared. This was unusual. Who killed them? Damn it, who killed them? The people of the major sects stared at the sages around them. In their opinion, only a sage could kill so many geniuses at the same time. However, the powerful beings of their respective sects knelt on the ground and cried hysterically. The elders were not sages. It was Lin Wudi who killed Yu Lingzi. What? Lin Wudi? On the other side, the people of the Dragon Valley were gnashing their teeth in anger. It was Lin Wudi who killed Longshan. The people around them were stunned. It was Lin Wudi again. Lin Wudi was too strong, wasn't he? He killed 2 top geniuses in one go. Huang Batian was also killed by Lin Wudi. The powerful beings of the 8-Wind Palace looked extremely cold. The others were even more dumbfounded. The powerful beings of the Vermilion Bird Palace gritted their teeth and said, "Damn it, it was Lin Wudi who killed several of our geniuses." Everyone was numb. It was all Lin Wudi's doing. Wait, they looked at the Sikong family. Where was Sikong Jing? Could it be Lin Wudi's doing as well? Chapter 30, 393. They didn't think it was possible. They knew that the Sikong clan was not ordinary and had an inexplicable connection with the Void Ocean. In the past, the experts of the Void family who had entered had their bloodlines strengthened, and their strength was much stronger than those outside. Therefore, they all looked at the Sikong clan. The Grand Elder of the Sikong clan stood up with a solemn expression. The surrounding powerhouses were also very anxious. However, the people that came out were all covered in blood. Their complexions were incomparably pale. They gritted their teeth and said, "Lin Wudi killed Jing." What? Is it really Lin Wudi again? The people around the Void Ocean were in an uproar. Everyone was going crazy. Lin Wudi was very powerful. No one could compare to him among the half-saints. It was even rumored that Yan Nantian, the successor of the great emperor, was no match for him. It could be said that his name resounded throughout the ancient path of the stars. But no matter how powerful he was still a young half-saint. This time, so many top geniuses from the great sects had brought many powerhouses. There were saints among them. Could it be that they couldn't stop Lin Wudi? What happened? Did Lin Wudi fight those people alone? They didn't know. The Grand Elder of the Sikong clan roared at the sky. His white hair danced wildly in the wind, and his eyes were terrifying. The murderous aura on his body was too terrifying. At this moment, he was like a god of death floating in the void, causing the people around him to tremble. Those from the Sikong clan even knelt on the ground. The Grand Elder floated in the void. His piercing voice resounded in all directions. "Where is Lin Wudi? Get over here." His voice was like thousands of sword chi, causing everyone's scalps to tingle. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they unconsciously looked in one direction. That direction was where the people of the Langistar were. They knew that Lin Wudi had come with the people of the Langistar. At this moment, he should have returned to that place. Countless gazes looked in that direction. In the next moment, they were stunned. They saw the powerhouses from the Langistar standing there. However, they didn't see Lin Wudi. They only saw the dragon with Lin Wudi, Yenryu, and the North Demon. However, Lin Wudi had disappeared. Where is Lin Wudi? Could it be that he had perished together with those geniuses? This was what everyone was thinking. They felt that if this was the case, it was still acceptable. We don't know. When we were teleported out, that kid wasn't dead yet. Maybe he's still in the Great Sage Tower. The powerhouse from the Sikong clan said in a deep voice. What? When the others heard this, they were all stunned and looked at the Sikong clan one after another. The Grand Elder was also stunned. He floated down excitedly, and the killing intent on his body was still very strong. The Great Sage Pagoda? Could it be that the Great Sage Pagoda belonged to the Sikong clan? That's right. After going through untold hardships, we finally found our Great Sage Tower. We went in, and it was full of treasures. The people from the Sikong clan quickly recounted what had happened. When they heard that there really was a Great Sage Tower inside, they were all stunned. This was because it was only a rumor that the great saint of the Sikong clan had entered the Void Sea. That was something from tens of thousands of years ago. Even if someone had seen it, after so many years, those who had seen it with their own eyes had long since died and turned into dust. Now, what these people heard were only legends. They didn't think that the Sikong clan had a supreme saint. But now, the Great Sage Pagoda had appeared. This meant that the Sikong clan really had a supreme saint. Moreover, they had really entered the Void Sea. What's going on? What's with the injuries on your bodies? Could it be that you encountered a sea demon? Or was Lin Wudi the one who injured you? The Grand Elder looked at the people from the Sikong clan and frowned. The others were also very puzzled. That was right. They had only just noticed that among the people who came out, the Sikong clan members were the ones with the heaviest injuries. But how was that possible? Hadn't they entered the Great Sage Pagoda? Didn't their own Great Sage Pagoda have protective measures? It wasn't Lin Wudi, it was them. One of the powerhouses stood up, his expression incomparably gloomy. He pointed at the Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolate Hall, Dragon Valley, and Dark Moon Temple. These people wanted our treasures, so they joined forces to attack us. We narrowly escaped death and were almost killed. If we hadn't used the power of our bloodlines to activate the Great Sage Pagoda, we would have all died by now. What? The surrounding people were stunned. The other powerhouses' mouths also twitched. There was actually such a thing. It was really too shocking. The 8 Desolate Hall and the other sects who had attacked frowned. Among them, the powerhouses who had originally received them also felt their eyelids twitch wildly. What was going on? Why did they suddenly join forces to attack the Sikong clan? And in the Great Sage Pagoda? What was going on? Those people looked embarrassed. Among them, the powerhouse from the Vermilion Bird Palace sneered. "Ha ha! I think this is a misunderstanding. We were all deceived by Lin Wudi before. Lin Wudi instigated us to fight. That's why we fought." What? Lin Wudi again? The others were stunned. This young man was too terrifying. First, he had killed so many geniuses from the large sections. Then he had instigated internal strife between the large sections. What about the other side? Had the other side taken advantage of the situation? Humph! Hearing that, the people from the Sikong clan snorted coldly. Damn it. Even if Lin Wudi had instigated it, in the end, these people had attacked because they were greedy. The Grand Elder looked at the large sects of the Vermilion Bird Palace and temporarily suppressed the killing intent in his heart. After all, it wasn't good to fall out with them now. There were too many sects that had attacked, and none of them were weaker than the Sikong clan. It was very unwise to make enemies with all of them at the same time. Therefore, he snorted coldly in his heart. This matter would be settled later. The most important thing now was the Great Sage Pagoda. How was it? Seeing that the people from the Sikong clan didn't immediately get angry, the surrounding people were also speechless. It seemed that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. They weren't willing to suffer a loss when the odds were against them. The people from the Vermilion Bird Palace heaved a sigh of relief. Although they had attacked first, when the time came, they could just return to their sect and cultivate in seclusion for a few hundred years. The Sikong clan wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Everyone pricked up their ears because they also wanted to know what had happened to the Great Sage Pagoda. According to these people, there were treasures in the Great Sage Pagoda. Any one of them could tempt a saint. However, the news that followed made them stunned, because the people from the Sikong clan directly said that they didn't know. They had used the power of their bloodlines to activate the Great Sage Pagoda. The Great Sage statue seemed to have awakened, but it shot out a red light and teleported everyone out. What? How could this be? Chapter 3394. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Grand Elder of the Sikong family had an ugly expression on his face. Was it all for naught? Some of the saints sighed inwardly. It was such a pity. If they could get the Great Sage statue, they might be able to get the Great God's inheritance. But now that they were out, it would be difficult for them to enter the void ocean again. They would probably have to wait until the next opening. Sounds of regret could be heard one after another. Many people shook their heads. The Sikong family members were also in despair. But at that moment, a voice was heard. That might not be the case. There was still one person who hadn't come out. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. They all began to look around. Who exactly was the one who spoke? Who was it? Why was he sneaking around? The powerhouses of the Sikong family roared in anger. At that moment, a figure appeared. The phantoms of the 4 divine beasts and the 9 emperor marks made him look like a celestial emperor. It was Yen Nantian. Everyone screamed. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. When they didn't find Yen Nantian, they thought that he had also died. Now that he had appeared, they were shocked. They knew that Yen Nantian must have been secretly hiding his aura. What did young Master Yen mean? The Grand Elder of the Sikong family asked in a low voice. Yen Nantian smiled. I also entered the Great Sage Tower for a long time, so I came out later. Before I came out, there was one more person inside, and it seemed that he wasn't affected. He's probably still inside. What? Someone was still in the Great Sage Tower? Who was it? Was it someone from the Sikong family? Many people were nervous. The Grand Elder was also excited, but Yen Nantian shook his head. It was Lin Wudi. He was still inside. Lin Wudi, it was him again. Everyone was stunned. They thought that Lin Wudi had died together with Yulingzi and the others since he hadn't appeared. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. Lin Wudi was still inside. Their eyes instantly turned red. The Great Sage Tower was a treasure vault left behind by a great sage. Lin Wudi was the only one inside. Didn't that mean that he would get all the treasures of the great sage? These people were so angry that smoke was coming out of their heads. In an instant, many experts turned to look at the Langistar. Saint Mu Bai of the Langistar had already heard about the incident from the Crimson Dragon. To be honest, he was a little worried. At the same time, he was secretly happy and worried. He was worried about Lin Xian's safety. After all, those red eyes and the moving corpse of a great sage were enough to send chills down one's spine. However, there was also a hint of joy because Lin Xian had finally found the statue of the great god. At this moment, when he heard that Lin Xian had done so many things, the corner of his mouth twitched. This guy was really not easy to deal with. However, since their Langistar had already placed their bets on Lin Xian, they would naturally stand on Lin Xian's side. Therefore, at this moment, when he saw the gazes of so many experts, Saint Mu Bai snorted coldly and emitted a terrifying saint aura. On the spirit ship behind him, several figures appeared. Each of them had a very powerful aura. These days, many experts had already lined up on the Langistar because once Lin Xian took out the statue of the great sage, it would be very eye-catching. That would be very eye-catching, so he naturally had to take protective measures. The people of the Sikong family also looked at the Langistar. However, now that Lin Xian had not come out, they could not directly attack the Langistar. Humph! They retracted their gazes and looked at Yen Nantian. Was he serious? Of course. And I saw with my own eyes that Lin Wudi used his sword to break the statue of the great sage. I wonder what he was doing. Perhaps it was because he broke the statue of the great sage that everyone was teleported out from behind. What? The expressions of the surrounding people changed again. The statue of the great sage was broken by him. What a wastrel! They were so angry that their bodies trembled. The Grand Elder of the Sikong family was so angry that he vomited blood. Saint Mu Bai's eyes flickered. He had already heard about this from the Crimson Dragon. Of course, he knew that there was a corpse in the statue. It was very likely the corpse of the great sage. If he could obtain the corpse of the great sage, the demonic aura-suppressing effect would be even more terrifying than the statue of the great sage. Right? I guess he broke the statue because he thought that there was the great sage's inheritance inside. Yen Nantian said indifferently. What? Everyone went crazy. The great sage's inheritance. That was more precious than any other treasure. Other than Yen Nantian, who did not need it, everyone else needed it. This Lin Wudi was too despicable. Damn it, they couldn't leave. They had to wait for that kid to come out. They had to catch him. They couldn't let him take the treasure for himself. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were the first to speak. Then, the people of the Dragon Valley and the 8 Wind Palace also echoed. The people of the Sikong family shouted coldly. They naturally would not leave because that was their inheritance. Everything in the great sage tower must belong to them. Lin Xian, or whatever he was, he had to capture him and tear him to shreds. Everyone was aggressive as they searched in all directions. Some people even set up arrays, enveloping the space within a radius of tens of millions of miles. The void sea ahead was incomparably deep, but they could not enter. They could only wait for the other party to come out. The atmosphere was heavy, but the murderous intent in everyone's eyes did not diminish at all. Void sea, great sage tower. Everyone had been teleported away, leaving only Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was wrapped in the great dragon sword soul, releasing a terrifying aura that cut off the red light. That was why he was not teleported out. He did not get too close. At this moment, he had already left the vicinity of the great sage's statue. Instead, he was in the great sage tower, looking in all directions. There were many seals around him, sealing many treasures. However, he had tried to break these seals, but it was very difficult. Previously, he had broken them perhaps because of the Sikong family's bloodline. However, at this moment, there was no Sikong family blood on the ground. This was because the Sikong family elites had used their blood to activate the Great Sage Tower. Therefore, he was now thinking that he could not find the blood even if he wanted to. Left with no choice, he could only look around. Suddenly, his expression froze as he stared in a certain direction. That direction was the direction of the Great Sage's statue. The Great Sage's statue had been shattered, and many pieces had fallen to the ground. Inside the statue, besides the Great Sage's corpse, there was also a stone that the other party was holding in his hand. That thing was only the size of an apple. It was very chaotic and incomparably dark, but there was no light. It looked like an ordinary stone. However, when Lin Xian saw it, his entire body trembled. It was actually an elemental magnetic stone. The other party was actually holding an elemental magnetic stone. What was going on? He was really stunned. The elemental magnetic stone was the last thing he needed. Chapter 3395. Previously, the Langistar had given him news that the Void Ocean did not have the whereabouts of the magnetite. Perhaps he would have to go out and look for it again. But now he had actually found the whereabouts of the magnetite. It seemed that the Great Sage Tower was a self-contained space that was not inferior to the Void Ocean. That was why the Langistar had not divined it. But now he could not care so much. The magnetite was right in front of him, and he still had the 5 great Tao stones in his hand. He had an idea. He could comprehend the Tao here. Although this was also a small space, the laws of heaven and earth followed the great Tao of heaven and earth outside. Therefore, there was no difference between comprehending the Tao here and outside. Moreover, he was the only one in the Great Sage Tower. He would be safer here. At least he would not be attacked by others. After thinking about it, he was stunned. Would he really not be attacked? This great sage's corpse was very strange. The eyeballs could move. Did this mean that the other party was alive or dead? He did not know. However, he should seize the magnetite first. Su Qin took a deep breath and stomped his foot. He turned into a sword light and rushed over. In an instant, he was near the great sage's statue. He reached out his hand, wanting to seize the magnetite in the statue. Buzz! The golden hand grabbed the magnetic stone. Lin Xian's face was filled with joy, but at that moment he was shocked. Not good. The red eyes suddenly turned and stared at him. The next moment he felt a pain in his soul. A terrifying red light surged into his mind. Not good. It was a possession. Lin Xian was shocked and froze on the spot. He frantically mobilized his soul and the great dragon sword soul to counterattack. He was not dead. The great sage was not dead. Did his soul still exist? Moreover, did the other party want to seize his body? Lin Xian was too shocked. The great dragon sword soul roared. Lin Xian did not hold back at this moment. The biting cold sword light slashed through the air and directly repelled the red light. The next moment, Lin Xian's body shook and he retreated. He looked bewildered. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Almost. At that moment, just now, if he had been a step later, his body would have probably been possessed. "Who are you? Was it a human or a ghost?" Lin Xian shouted coldly. However, what surprised him was that the red light actually disappeared. The statue of the great sage didn't move at all, as if it had died completely. Could that scene just now be a dream? Unbeknownst to Lin Xian, he grabbed the magnetic stone with his huge golden hand and quickly descended to the ground. After thinking about it, Lin Xian felt that this great god statue was too evil, so he left the great sage tower and went outside. "I'll go through the tribulation near the great sage tower. After all, the sea demons in the water won't dare to come close during the tribulation." Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, 5 Tao stones appeared and floated beside him. In his hand, he held the Yuan magnet. Finally, he could begin. Now, as a half-saint, he could kill a saint in the first heaven. Who knew how powerful he would be when he broke through and became a saint? Thinking of this, he felt a burst of excitement, but he still suppressed it in his heart. First, he used 3 days to adjust his body's condition to its peak. Then he began to prepare for the breakthrough. What he was going to break through wasn't a simple one, but the fusion of the 5 elemental laws. Therefore, it was much more difficult than a normal saint's breakthrough. Lin Xian began to use the 5 elemental law fragments, floating in the middle. Then, with the Yuan magnet as the foundation, he began to fuse them. Gradually, a trace of thunder appeared above his head. Terrifying lightning surged and was about to fall. However, it didn't fall. Instead, the area of the dark clouds grew larger and larger, covering the entire sky. Roar! This scene caused the sea demons in the void sea to roar uneasily. Many of them crawled on the ground, but even more fled. The surrounding sea became a no-man's land. There was only one person. Of course, there was also the Great Sage Tower. The Great Sage Tower stood there without moving. Even in the face of such a terrifying tribulation, it wasn't affected in the slightest. However, the eyes of the great god statue in the Great Sage Tower once again emitted a red glow. His originally stiff face actually revealed a strange smile. Outside, the 5 elemental law fragments began to fuse under the combined effect of the Yuan magnet. At this moment, his body trembled. This was because a red light had rushed out of the Great Sage Tower and pierced the space between his eyebrows. In an instant, Lin Xian felt the world spin. It's the other side again. Indeed, there was an undying existence here. Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword soul rushed into his mind, releasing an unparalleled light that suppressed everything. At the same time, the lightning tribulation above Lin Xian's head also descended. With a loud boom, the first lightning tribulation descended. It was like a horn that signaled the start of a war. Countless bolts of lightning fell one after another. This lightning was too terrifying. Although it was just a black cloud, the lightning that came out was actually 5-colored divine lightning. With one strike, it pierced through Lin Xian's body. Golden blood flowed out and dyed the surrounding sea red. In the next instant, Lin Xian's body was engulfed by lightning. At this moment, the red light in his mind was also attacked by the great dragon sword soul and kept retreating. Suddenly it screamed. 5-colored divine lightning. You've broken through the sage tribulation, and it's the sage tribulation of the 5 elements. It finally let out a sharp cry. I don't know what you are. I don't know if you're the remnant soul of a great sage, but since you want to steal my soul, then you can die now. Lin Xian roared and no longer paid any attention to the red light. He knew that such things were most afraid of lightning tribulations. Now he had to resist the lightning tribulation with all his might. As expected, the red light didn't attack. Instead, it fled like crazy. It wanted to escape. Lin Xian took a step forward and chased after it. The lightning tribulation continued to fall, hitting the red light until it screamed like crazy. However, the red light was too strange. It broke away from the five-colored divine lightning and drilled into the great sage tower. Lin Xian didn't continue to pursue it. Instead, he resisted it. The lightning tribulation was too terrifying. Even with his strength, he almost couldn't resist it. In an instant, his body was smashed into pieces. However, with a roar, his body reassembled. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have pulled the great dragon sword soul out and let him undergo the tribulation together. The great dragon sword soul roared and soared into the sky amidst the five-colored divine lightning. Just like that, the two of them silently endured the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation lasted for too long. A month had passed, but the lightning tribulation didn't weaken at all. Chapter 3396. 2 months. 3 months. Outside, the experts around the void ocean were also waiting patiently. However, they were getting impatient. 3 months had passed, and he still hadn't come out? What was going on? The void ocean had already closed. Could he still come out? He wouldn't be trapped inside, would he? Some people were puzzled. The others were worried as well. Even the Crimson Dragon and the others were worried. Was Lin Xian really okay? They knew that the eye of the great sage tower could move. There might be some terrifying existence inside. If such an existence attacked, would Lin Xian be able to withstand it? All of this was unknown. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The people outside were getting impatient. However, they didn't leave because the great sage tower and the great sage's inheritance were too tempting. Even if they had to wait for 10 years, they would still wait. In the void ocean, the red lightning tribulation continued and became more violent. However, the figure inside was getting stronger. It was Lin Xian. After half a year of accumulation, Lin Xian's physique was much stronger than before. He emitted an extremely powerful aura. The 5 elemental law fragments around him were also quickly condensing. They were even more terrifying than before. Lin Xian bathed in the lightning tribulation. He raised his head and looked at the great sage tower in front of him. After half a year, he had already adapted to the 5 elemental lightning tribulation. Next, he would start his counterattack. After all, he knew that there was a remnant soul in the great sage statue. However, he didn't know if it was the great sage's remnant soul. However, if he wanted to get the great sage statue and bring it out, he had to fight this remnant soul. He might as well take advantage of the fact that the 5-colored lightning tribulation was still there and kill it. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Xian stomped his foot and charged towards the grand sage tower. As he moved, the 5-colored lightning tribulation chased after him and charged towards the tower. In an instant, it hit the great sage tower. The great sage tower trembled violently. However, it wasn't damaged. After all, it was a great sage's sacred artifact. Its power was definitely beyond imagination. After Lin Xian entered the great sage tower, he directly charged towards the 3rd level. He brought along 5-colored lightning along the way, shattering the void within the great sage tower. Soon, he arrived at the 3rd level. Then, without slowing down, he rushed to the top. Originally, the great sage tower had been extremely quiet. However, as Lin Xian entered, the statue of the great sage suddenly erupted with a scarlet light. Then a sharp roar was heard. "You're courting death." That voice was filled with resentment and fear. He had never expected that the other party would actually come and kill him. Moreover, he had brought along the lightning tribulation. In the blink of an eye, he ran off. However, Lin Xian simply laughed heartily as he approached the statue of the great sage. It enveloped the statue of the great sage. Did he escape? Even better, I wanted the statue of the great god in the first place. Look at you, a wandering ghost, without the corpse of the great sage. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? Rely on the corpse of a great sage? Humph, what a reckless brat. Do you think you can do anything to me just because you have the lightning tribulation? How naive. I'm not an existence that you can imagine. With that, the red light screamed, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. In the sea of lightning, Lin Xian's body swayed and he almost fell. His face was incomparably pale. He had no choice. The soul attack was too strong. It was so strong that it exceeded his expectations. Damn it, what kind of existence is this? Could it really be the remnant soul of the great sage? At the thought of this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Even a remnant soul of the great sage was so terrifying. Fortunately, he was undergoing the tribulation now, so he could withstand it. From the looks of it, the lightning tribulation wouldn't disappear for a while. It would probably take at least half a year. Lin Xian calmed down. With the lightning tribulation, he wasn't afraid of the other party. Therefore, he rushed over. In the following days, Lin Xian chased after the red light figure nonstop. The red light figure roared repeatedly. Finally, it felt that it couldn't escape, so it entered the great sage's corpse again. It exploded with an incomparable light and fought Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't fight it head-on. Instead, he used the power of the lightning tribulation to fight it. Not only that, the great dragon sword soul also made a move. The great dragon sword soul had been bathing in the lightning tribulation. At this moment, its power was stronger than before. Countless sword chi slashed out, and the red light kept retreating. The red light screamed crazily. It didn't expect the other party to have the great dragon sword. Just like that, another half a year passed. Gradually, the red light disappeared. They couldn't find anything. The great sage's statue was still standing there. Although it was hit by the lightning tribulation, it wasn't damaged at all. It should be destroyed. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. That kind of evil thing couldn't survive after being hit by the lightning tribulation for half a year, no matter how strong it was. After all, it wasn't a real great sage. It was a resentful spirit formed many years after the great sage died. Just like that, Lin Xian relaxed and began the final tribulation. However, when he combined the 5 elements, he was attacked by the red light again. Lin Xian was injured. His body collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. Damn it! Lin Xian was furious. The other party was still alive. He directly sent the great dragon sword soul into the great sage's statue and attacked it continuously. Terrifying sword chi filled every inch of space. The red light finally couldn't take it anymore. He directly used the righteous chi of heaven and earth to eject the great dragon's sword soul. Lin Xian was sent flying as well. This guy was too evil. He didn't continue to attack because he was almost at the final juncture. Therefore, he directly rushed out of the great sage tower and began the final tribulation. The 5 elements combined. The fragments of the 5 great laws of nature gathered together to form a 5-color divine chain that revolved around his body, making him appear extraordinarily mighty. The final lightning tribulation was even more terrifying. It formed a human figure. The human figure of the lightning tribulation was fighting Lin Xian. This battle lasted for 3 months. Lin Xian destroyed the human figure. The precept fragments in his body had completely turned into true precepts. The precepts of the 5 elements turned into 5-colored light. At this moment, the precepts of the 5 elements were finally condensed successfully. Lin Xian, on the other hand, became a true saint. With a roar, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. When Lin Xian's precepts of the 5 elements were released, the unparalleled power was really too strong. An ordinary first heaven sage was nothing in front of him. Lin Xian was confident that he could fight against a second heaven sage. If this spread, it would be too unbelievable. After all, when one reached the sage realm, every level of heaven would bring about a huge change in one's strength. Previously, all the people Lin Xian met were only first heaven sages, but they were already so terrifying. One could imagine how terrifying a second heaven sage's birthday would be. But now, Lin Xian wasn't afraid even when facing a second heaven sage. Thinking of this, Lin Xian looked at the great dragon, sword soul beside him. Chapter 3397. At this moment, the dragon sword soul was getting stronger and stronger. There were clear scales on it, and those scales were the spirit of laws. It seemed that the dragon sword soul had also broken through. Buzz! Lin Xian merged with the dragon sword soul, and his power rose again. At this moment, even the saint-level sea monsters roared anxiously. The great sage tower shook nonstop. Lin Xian rushed into the great sage tower, and the red light let out a sharp cry again. You broke through. He immediately activated the righteous qi of heaven and earth and attacked quickly. Lin Xian fought fiercely. The dragon sword soul turned into the 1,000 dragons picture and sealed the entire great sage statue. The great sage statue fought back crazily, but in the end, Lin Xian had already become a sage. The 5 elements laws were extremely powerful. Coupled with the dragon sword soul, the red light kept shaking and would disappear at any time. Stop, you can't kill me. Finally, an old voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was unmoved, and he continued to seal and attack. Finally, the red light couldn't take it anymore. He seemed to have used the entire great sage statue. The great sage statue moved and released a shocking attack. It collided with the red light and screamed, "Stop, we can talk." Talk? Talk about what? Lin Xian sneered. Just now, when you tried to possess me over and over again. Did you ever think of having a talk with me? I was wrong. I didn't expect you to be the successor of the dragon sword soul and have comprehended the 5 elements laws. I underestimated your power. I admit that I can't do anything to you now. However, if you push me too far, even if I can't kill you, I can make you stay here forever. Back then, I could even kill the Situ Supreme Sage, let alone you, who had just become a First Heaven Sage. You're just a kid. Although my power has long been lost, I still have many tricks up my sleeve. Don't destroy me. The meaning of the threat was obvious. Lin Xian was originally disdainful, but when he heard one sentence, he stopped. What did that mean? You're not the remnant soul of the Sikong Great Sage? He was simply too shocked. At first, he thought that it was a remnant soul left behind by a great saint of the Sikong clan. But now, from his tone, it seemed like he was the one who killed Great Sage Sikong. The other party had actually killed a great sage. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of person is this? At the very least, he has to be a great sage of the same realm. Humph, brat, I am not the Sikong Grand Sage, and I am not a member of the human race. I am Black Mountain, known as the Great Sage of Black Mountain. You're right. I was the one who killed Great Sage Sikong. It was actually real. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. There was actually such an ancient mystery. Damn, old man Sikong. What kind of bullshit righteous spirit is he cultivating? Does he think he can restrain me? So what? Even though this old man is a demon, the vastness of heaven and earth still cannot restrain me. In the end, I killed him. Of course, even though I died, I still left behind a remnant soul. I borrowed his corpse and used the righteous spirit to recover. I actually did not die for tens of thousands of years. In the end, I still won this battle. Lin Xian fell silent. It seemed like another pair of old enemies. Previously, the 9-Sun Sword Sage was killed by the great demon. However, in the end, the 9-Sun Sword Sage died with the great demon. In this generation, Lin Xian killed the great demon. In the end, the great demon summoned the first-generation demonic shadow, which almost killed him. If he did not have the eye of space and time, they would have perished together. It seemed like the Black Mountain Great Sage and the Sikong Grand Sage were in a similar situation. The two of them had been entangled for many years, and in the end they perished together. However, the Black Mountain Great Sage had left behind a remnant soul. So what if you tell me the secret? even if I know that you are the remnant soul of a great sage. Do you think I will stop? Lin Xian's face darkened again. Of course, although I am the remnant soul of the Black Mountain Great Sage, I have been entangled with the Sikong Grand Sage for too long. That is why I have the Sikong Grand Sage's memories. If you want the complete legacy of the Sikong Grand Sage, I might not be able to give it to you. However, if you want to take the Great Sage Tower, I can do it. How about it, kid? Let's make a deal. I will help you take the Great Sage Tower, and you will spare my life. Take the Great Sage Tower? Lin Xian took a deep breath, his eyes burning. In truth, although he was tempted by the Sikong Grand Sage's legacy, he did not really need it. He had the 9 sons and the great dragon sword spirit, 2 great legacies. It was enough for him to cultivate to the Great Sage level. However, the treasures in the Great Sage Tower were indeed very tempting. After all, his current resources were far from those of the Dragon Valley and the 8-Wind Hall. However, if he had the Great Sage Tower, it would be different. It could make up for the difference in resources. Therefore, Lin Xian was tempted. However, it was impossible for him to let the other party go so easily. Let him go? It was not that he could not, but 1 Great Sage Tower was not enough. You have ambushed me 3 times. 1 Great Sage Tower. I can't spare you from death. Unless, damn kid, don't push your luck. The Black Mountain Grand Sage roared. He wanted to fight back, but he was beaten back again. In the end, he was like a deflated balloon. He looked at the great dragon sword spirit, his eyes filled with fear. Damn kid, tell me. Unless what? Simple. Stay by my side and assist me when necessary. Help me for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, I will set you free. What? You want to imprison me for 1,000 years? Dream on. The Black Mountain Grand Sage trembled in anger. Although he was only a spirit and was badly damaged, he was still so angry that he vomited blood. Lin Xian sneered. If you don't agree, I will destroy you now. At most, I will give up the tower. When I am strong enough, I will take it. F*CK, you win. However, I can only assist you for 100 years. 500 years. Lin Xian stretched out a hand. Not 1 day less. If you're not willing, then there's nothing to talk about. 500 years it is. The Black Mountain Grand Sage gritted his teeth. Although it would take another 500 years, it would be good for him to regain his freedom. Let go of me, kid. I will use the corpse of the Great Sage, the Black Mountain Grand Sage said. Lin Xian shook his head. No, you can't take the corpse of the Sikong Grand Sage. I have use for it. Therefore, you have to find another place to stay. Damn kid, you are infuriating me. The Black Mountain Grand Sage trembled in anger. However, he had no choice. He could not defeat the other party. Moreover, he knew the power of the great dragon sword spirit. Even if he was the great Holy Azure, if this brat was determined to kill him, he would still be able to kill him bit by bit. Then I will take that. The Black Mountain Grand Sage flew out and turned into a ball of black mist. Then he rushed towards one of the seals. Chapter 30, 398. Lin Xian turned his head and saw that there was a treasure inside the seal. It was a black pendant. The pendant was in the shape of a crescent moon and emitted a mysterious aura. It was a soul-type defensive treasure. Lin Xian was shocked. As expected of the great sage, he really knew how to choose a place for himself. Lin Xian smiled. Why did you come out? Do you need my help? Before he could finish, the Black Mountain Great Sage's voice sounded. I can still do such a small trick. He smashed through the seal, then rushed out and floated to Lin Xian's side. I can take it with me, but let me set up a trap so you don't have to take over my body. What should I do? Lin Xian injected the aura of the great dragon sword spirit into the black crescent moon pendant. After confirming that there was no mistake, Lin Xian took it with him. He smiled because he knew that with the great dragon sword spirit around, the other party would not dare to be impudent. The other party looked at the great dragon sword spirit with fear in his eyes. Speaking of which, hey Shan, why don't you give me a few treasures first? Open these seals and let me choose properly. Lin Xian's eyes shone with passion. When the Black Mountain Great Sage heard this, he almost vomited blood. Don't even think about it. I'm just a remnant soul now. Although I'm a remnant soul of a great sage, I'm not as strong as you. So, it's impossible to break the seal. Breaking the seal just now has already used up all my energy. So, you want me to rest for a few years before telling you about breaking the seal. You tricked me. Didn't you just say that you can use the Great Sage Tower? Lin Xian's face darkened. The Black Mountain Great Sage laughed. Haha, kid, I said that I can help you keep the Great Sage Tower. As for the seal in the Great Sage Tower, I didn't say that I can help you break it. Damn, I've been tricked. This old monster is indeed not easy to deal with. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. As long as he kept the Great Sage Tower, he could break it one by one when he was strong enough. He said, All right, help me keep the Great Sage Tower first. Then we'll leave. Okay, no problem. Watch me. Black Mountain floated out from the crescent moon pendant and filled the air like a haunted house. His eyes were bloodshot. A whistling sound could be heard. Then, using some unknown method, the entire Great Sage Tower flickered, and Lin Xian was forcefully teleported out. As for the Grand Sage Tower, it gradually shrank and turned into a pagoda that floated in the air. He kept the Great Sage Pagoda. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This trip to the Void Ocean was really fruitful. First, he subdued the remnant soul of a great sage. Then he took the Great Sage Tower. Most importantly, he had broken through and become a sage. Moreover, he was a saint who had merged the 5 elements into one, which greatly increased his strength. Those enemies and opponents of the past were nothing in front of him now. Even Shi, Yan Nantian, Lin Xian did not put them in his eyes now. If Yan Nantian had not broken through, he would have been able to kill him with just a few slaps. However, at the mention of Yan Nantian, he frowned. Yan Nantian was a very difficult enemy to deal with. Yan Nantian's talent was not inferior to his, and his opportunities were not inferior to his. If Yan Nantian broke through and became a sage, he would have many more tricks up his sleeve. If that happened, it would be troublesome to kill him. Therefore, Lin Xian said, Black Mountain, hurry up. How do we get out? Think of a way. It's easy to get out. Just do as I say, and I guarantee that you'll get out smoothly. Black Mountain laughed strangely. Then, Lin Xian turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the void ocean. 1.5 years had passed outside. However, no one came out. Everyone seemed to be very patient. On this day, a crack appeared in the void ocean again. Then a figure appeared. This scene made everyone's eyes widen and their auras burst out crazily. He came out. Someone came out. It was Lin Xian. It was that kid. Countless thunderclaps sounded and the surrounding array formation flickered. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the front. Lin Xian was originally dizzy, but in an instant he came to his senses. The great dragon sword soul roared, and Lin Xian also unleashed a terrifying sword chi that swept in all directions. At the same time, he struck out with his palm, and a huge palm of 5-colored light shot out. At the same time, he used the Kuan Peng movement technique and instantly tore through the void and arrived on the other side. All of these could be said to be smooth and decisive. Lin Xian dodged those attacks and arrived on the other side. His expression darkened. Damn it, someone was ambushing him, and there were many of them. In the next moment, he saw a sea of people around him. There was a monstrous battle, and there were even array formations flickering in the distance. It was an inescapable trap. Damn, kid, what did you do? Why are there so many people after you? The Black Mountain Great Sage kept asking. Lin Xian said, Shut up. Can't you see that I'm in danger? Kid, you finally came out. Why don't you keep hiding? I thought you still had 100 more years. Hand over the inheritance of the great sage obediently, and I can spare your life. Kid, get over here and accept your death. How dare you kill the genius of my race? I'll pull out your tendons and rip your bones out. I'll let you live in hell for 10,000 years. Frenzied voices rang out one after another. Between the heavens and the earth, it was as though thunder was rumbling nonstop. Lin Xian swept his gaze around and took a good look at the people around him. They were the Seekong clan, Dragon Valley, Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolate Hall, Dark Moon Temple, some sages, and some other clans. These people should have known about what happened in the Great Sage Tower. They thought that he had obtained the inheritance of the Great Sage. Damn it, who spread those rumors? Kid, you finally came out. I thought you were dead. The Crimson Dragon and the others floated over. Yenryu also had a worried look on her face. The North Demon heaved a sigh of relief. It's great that you're out. In the distance, Sage Mubai and the other experts of the Langistar also surrounded Lin Xian to protect him. It's good that you're fine. Sage Mubai thought to himself. This was because Lin Xian had unparalleled potential. If such a person died, it would be a huge loss. Lin Xian looked at Sage Mubai and smiled. I got it. I got it? Sage Mubai and the other experts of the Langistar were stunned. They thought that Lin Xian was lucky enough to come out alive. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to have obtained that item as well. What an unexpected surprise. Suddenly, Yenryu exclaimed in surprise, Your cultivation, your aura. She was really shocked. The others felt it and gasped. Sage, have you broken through to become a sage? The Crimson Dragon's face changed. Kid, did something happen that forced you to become a sage? You were so close to finding the elemental magnetic stone and forming the 5 elemental laws. What a pity. Chapter 30, 399. Lin Xian smiled and said, Rizalong, don't worry. I'm already a 5-element sage. 5-element sage? Have you found the elemental magnetic stone? The Crimson Dragon also exclaimed. Lin Xian nodded. The others were also shocked. It seemed that Lin Xian's fortuitous encounter inside was indeed not small. He actually broke through to become a sage in 1.5 years. How terrifying would his battle prowess be? While they were reminiscing, those powerful cultivators on the other side roared, Damn it! Did you not listen to me? Kill him! In an instant, countless figures rushed over. Dozens of powerful cultivators attacked together. It was truly terrifying. There were even a few sages among them. How dare you attack in front of the Langistar? Do you really think we don't exist? Sage Mubai's face darkened. The other powerful cultivators also had the same expression. Their eyes shone with a cold light. With a wave of their hands, a Langia mirror flew out and rolled in the sky, emitting a terrifying light. It was like a half-moon that swept in all directions. Boom, boom. These forces collided in the air and exploded with an unparalleled light. The ancient mirror shook and the other forces dissipated. The surrounding people's expressions were ugly. The Langia ancient mirror had actually brought such a treasure. It seemed that the Langistar had come prepared. So what if they came prepared? Are we not prepared? The surrounding people also snorted coldly. With their line up, they might not be able to take down the Langistar alone. However, they had so many powerful forces. Even if the Langistar was extremely powerful, they would still be suppressed by them. Kid, hurry up and hand over the treasure in the Great Sage Tower. The people of the Seekong family roared crazily. They were the most anxious. Why waste time talking to him? Just take him down. The 2 sages of the Vermilion Bird Palace walked out and stared coldly at Lin Xian. They had wanted to attack him during the Vermilion Bird ranking competition on planet Siku. However, Lin Xian escaped at that time. This time, they definitely wouldn't let him talk about it again. The 2 sages released their holy domains. The terrifying light was like the sun that shone in all directions. As soon as the sage's aura was released, The faces of the surrounding experts and skyprides changed. Many of them frantically retreated. This was simply too frightening. It seemed that the Vermilion Bird Palace was determined to take action. Mu Bai snorted. Just as he was about to make a move, he was stopped by Lin Xian. "Let me do it." He took a step forward, and an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace still dare to be arrogant in front of me? He was really courting death. Boom! He raised his palm and slammed it forward. At this moment, the gigantic golden palm turned into 5 different colors. There were divine chains revolving around it. Walala! With a palm strike, the space in front of him shattered, and the 2 saint realms were torn apart. Boom! The 2 sages exploded into a bloody mist. Their miserable cries made one's scalp go numb. What? Everyone went crazy. Their eyes widened in disbelief. His opponent had shattered 2 saints with a single palm strike. How could this be? Those were 2 sages. If he went all out, he would be able to suppress everything. How did this kid do it? How could his strength be so terrifying? What was that 5-colored light just now? Screams rang out. Everyone's mocking and cold expressions all changed. They became terrified and trembled. They realized that they could no longer see the young man in front of them clearly. 2 mere First Heaven saints dared to be arrogant in front of him? They really didn't know what was good for them. Where was Yan Nantian? Tell him to come over and die. Lin Xian looked around. His main goal now was to find Yan Nantian. Then he would kill him. When he said that, everyone's scalps went numb, and they subconsciously retreated. On the other hand, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace secretly cried out. Oh no! If Yan Nantian encountered the other party at this time, it would be very dangerous. However, to their relief, no one responded, and no one could find Yan Nantian. They didn't know if that guy had escaped in advance. In front of them, the 2 Vermilion Bird Palace saints reformed their bodies from the bloody mist, but their expressions were unusually ugly. You've broken through to become a saint. Their bodies were also trembling nonstop. When he said that, the others were also stunned. They carefully sensed and then gasped. Had the other party broken through to become a saint? Those young geniuses were about to go crazy. The other party was already very powerful, and they were no match for him in the same level. Now, the other party had broken through to become a saint 1 step ahead of them. Who would be his match in the future? Yan Nantian? Didn't you see that Yan Nantian didn't dare to come out now? Indeed, Yan Nantian was nearby. However, the moment Lin Xian appeared, he disappeared without a trace. He used the secret technique of the great emperor's inheritance to hide his aura. That was because he felt that the other party had the aura of a saint's law. Damn it, he had condensed a real law, and it was a law of the 5 elements. Yan Nantian was extremely jealous because the other party's cultivation speed had surpassed his. One had to know that as the successor of the great emperor, he was unwilling to only condense 1 law. Therefore, he also wanted to condense many laws. However, he had not broken through yet, but he was very confident because he knew that with his qualifications and resources, he would definitely be the first to enter the saint realm among the younger generation. However, now, someone was 1 step ahead of him, and this person was his mortal enemy, so he had no choice but to hide. If others knew what Yan Nantian was thinking, they would definitely be shocked. Such an arrogant successor of the great emperor was like a coward at this moment, not daring to appear at all. Lin Xian was really too strong. In front, the 2 saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace gritted their teeth. So what if you've become a saint? Go to hell. Just now, the 2 of us were careless and unprepared. That's why we were ambushed by you. The 2 of them roared crazily, and the laws on their bodies soared again. However, the result was very tragic. Lin Xian's palm was surrounded by the 5-color divine chain, and he kept slamming it down like the hand of a god that could destroy the world. 2 moves. Once again, The other party was beaten into a bloody mist. The two saints screamed as if they had gone crazy. Their saint blood had been mostly wiped out. This had already hurt their foundation, so their faces were incomparably pale. The other people of the Vermilion Bird Palace also stepped forward and carefully protected the two of them. A first heaven saint dares to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian looked at the two saints with a disdainful expression. Was this really just a young man? How dare he look down on and mock the saints? His strength was too terrifying. This guy had already become a saint and transcended heaven and earth. It would be very difficult to subdue him in the future. I seemed to have seen the figure of a young great emperor. After all, only the top sects like the Vermilion Bird Palace and the Seacombe clan had the strength to fight for it. The others who stayed here were just there to watch the show. At this moment, when they saw this scene, they were really amazed. Chapter 3400. Humph. What kind of young great emperor is he? He's too weak. Although he was powerful, he had just become a sage. It was not impossible for him to be killed. The expert from the Dragon Valley walked out. He was also a sage. I'll kill him. His body was filled with powerful energy. As his dragon blood surged, everyone was forced to kneel down. Boom! In the next moment, the sage from the Dragon Valley attacked. He waved his hands, and a huge dragon had appeared in front of him. The dragon head had already appeared, and it was emitting a terrifying aura. With a roar, it absorbed the void energy of the 9 heavens and 10 lands and rushed forward. Void, divine dragon fist. Many people exclaimed. This was a peerless superpower of the Dragon Valley. A sage had evolved it, and it was extremely powerful. The void divine dragon emitted a terrifying aura. There was even dragon blood condensing on it, as if a divine dragon had been born. Moreover, it was called the void divine dragon. So, at this moment, only the dragon head and dragon claws were hidden in the void. No one knew where the attack would come from. Boom! All of a sudden, a dragon's tail appeared behind Lin Xian's back and came down like a heavenly blade. This attack caused many people's expressions to change. Even the sages' hearts were pounding wildly. If they were hit by this attack, they would definitely be split into 2. Not good. Kid, be careful. Yan Ruyu, the Crimson Dragon, the Northern Demon, and the others were all nervous. Mu Bai Sage's pupils shrank. However, in the face of such a terrifying and strange attack, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. He did not even turn his head. Instead, he threw out a palm strike. 5 types of laws on his 5 fingers seemed to have turned into 5 mountains and crashed behind him. It collided with the tail of the Void Palace Divine Dragon. Boom! The entire universe was shaking, and the void ocean in the distance was surging. The 5 elements mountain hit the void divine dragon's tail, and a shocking sound was heard. What was even more frightening was that a crack had appeared on the void divine dragon's tail. Furthermore, the crack was still spreading. Heavens, what did I just see? The surrounding people were stunned. The experts from the Dragon Valley screamed as if they had gone crazy. This was impossible. Their sage's divine fist was actually shattered by the other party. That was the void divine dragon fist. Very few people of the same level could break it, not to mention a newcomer who had just broken through and whose realm was still unstable. How did he do it? While they were still in a daze, Lin Xian's second attack came. Another palm strike. The power of this palm strike was even more terrifying than before. The 9 yang divine body and the 5 laws descended from the sky. With a loud boom, 3 cracks appeared on the void Saint Dragon's tail, causing it to crumble. The Dragon Valley, holy man's face was flushed red as his blood churned in his veins. He waved his hand, wanting to change the direction of the void divine dragon fist and attack again. However, Lin Xian did not give him the chance. With a stomp of his foot, his right leg swept out. The 5 elemental laws, combined with the power of his physique, seemed to have transformed into a 5 elemental divine sword. He kicked forward. This attack caused a huge crack to spread in all directions. Everything within a few million miles was torn apart. The Void Divine Dragon was broken in half by the kick. If the Dragon Valley Holy Man was at a disadvantage earlier, then the Void Divine Dragon Fist was completely broken now. The Dragon Valley Holy Man spat out a mouthful of blood. He almost fell from the sky. Dragon Valley? That's all you got. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Who else wants to try? Lin Xian looked at the Dark Moon Temple and the Sikong clan with a provocative gaze. At this moment, he had just broken through to the Sage Realm. Naturally, he wanted to compete with these people to test his strength. Although it was just a simple exchange, Lin Xian was ecstatic. His guess was right. Previously, he could already kill a First Heaven Sage. Now that he had broken through to the First Heaven Sage, people of the same level would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. He should be able to deal with a second Heaven Sage. Right now, Lin Xian was brimming with confidence, as though he could crush everything in his path. Wherever his gaze landed, all the geniuses around him would lower their heads. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted. Trash. His words made these people feel humiliated, but no one dared to respond. I'll do it. The Sikong clan holy man was furious. Kid, I'll kill you with my own hands and take back the treasures that belong to the Sikong clan. I have a sword that can cut through the 9 heavens. The Sikong clan holy man stood in the void with a pale face and no beard. The righteous chi of heaven and earth on his body was surging. As soon as he finished speaking, the universe was torn apart. The nomological laws that filled the sky tore the universe apart. A beam of sword light condensed and floated in front of him, and he grasped it. This sword was too terrifying. It was not a real weapon. It was a treasured sword that contained the Tao of heaven and earth. At this moment, the aura circulating on it made the surrounding people's hair stand on end. The righteous chi of heaven and earth. The Sikong clan was indeed powerful. Rumor had it that they could mobilize the heaven and earth phenomenon to the greatest extent. It seemed that it was true. Many sages nodded. They were still very afraid of the Sikong clan. The saint of the Sikong family brandished his long sword, splitting the sky and earth apart. It was like a peerless immortal light that swept towards Lin Xian. Competing in sword techniques? Lin Xian laughed. The 5 elements laws condensed on his body and formed a sword of laws. He also grabbed it and slashed it out. Feeling the power of the 5 element sword, the surrounding sages' faces changed. It was too terrifying. Although the other party had just become a sage, his Tao was too terrifying. It was formed by the condensation of the 5 elements laws. The power made them extremely jealous. Indeed, it was the 5 elements sword. Once the 5 elements laws appeared, it really swept through everything. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were shaking. The path sword formed by heaven and earth on the other side also trembled. The last 2 divine swords collided in the sky. Boom! Countless large cracks spread. The path sword summoned by the Sikong clan holy man disappeared. Damn it! How could this kid be so powerful? The Sikong clan holy man's face changed. However, since he dared to come out, it meant that he had more tricks up his sleeve. In a lone city and mountain range, following his voice, a city appeared in the 9 heavens. It was as if a city had fallen from the celestial realm. It was broken and full of swords, spears, and weapons. It was obvious that it had existed for thousands of years. When this scene appeared, the surrounding people's scalps exploded. It was another heaven and earth phenomenon. Not only that, but there were also countless path mountains around the ancient city. They towered into the clouds and stood tall. They were like heavenly swords that were abnormally sharp and could cut through everything. Under this strange scene, the immortal city surrounded by mountains fell from the sky and suppressed Lin Xian. It was too terrifying. How could the Sikong clan have such a terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon? Many people screamed. Even Yan Ruyu and the others looked solemn. Black Mountain was secretly observing this battle from inside the moon-shaped pendant. When he saw this scene, he muttered softly, "I felt that something was wrong when I was fighting with that old man Seacombe." The righteous chi of heaven and earth was more like a heaven and earth phenomenon. He had a feeling that this clan was related to the legendary Heavenly Punishment Sword. Chapter 3401. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. The Heavenly Punishment Sword. The Heavenly Punishment Sword was one of the 5 swords in the world, just like the Great Dragon Sword. Could it be that the Seacombe family had something to do with the Heavenly Punishment Sword? However, there was no time for him to think too much. Facing the Immortal City and the Sacred Mountains, Lin Xian shouted coldly and threw out a punch. Suddenly, a 5-colored divine dragon flew out. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. This 5-colored divine dragon was very strange. Only one of its heads was roaring, while its body, claws, and tail were all hidden in the void and could not be seen. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Void, divine dragon fist. Damn it, why does he have this thing? The elites of the Dragon Valley roared crazily. But soon, they thought of something. The other party was the successor of the Great Dragon Sword. Not only was the Great Dragon Sword unparalleled in attack, but it could also evolve all kinds of mystiques. Now that the other party had used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to evolve their mystiques, it was nothing. However, what made them so angry that they wanted to vomit blood was that the other party's attack seemed to be even more powerful than their sage's attack. Although the other party did not attack them this time, this unintentional slap in the face made their cheeks hurt. The 5-colored divine dragon rushed up. One of its heads bit the Immortal City, while the other dragon claws and tail continuously attacked the surrounding mountains. After an intense collision, the Immortal City and the 10,000 mountains disappeared. The 5-colored divine dragon soared in the sky and then slowly disappeared. The sage of the Seacombe family also took 2 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely ugly. Lin Xian laughed loudly. "You can't do it either. You're no match for me. Who else?" He looked around in all directions. At this moment, he was extremely powerful, regardless of whether they were young geniuses or old powerhouses or sages. All of them were intimidated by his aura at this moment. It was the great sage's inheritance. It must be the treasure in the great sage tower that made him so powerful. Hurry up and catch him together. The great sage's treasure will be yours. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. Then, a fire appeared in their eyes. That's right. Why bother talking about rules with the other party? Just attack together and capture the other party. So what if the other party was strong? Can one person stop so many of us? The surrounding experts of the Seacombe clan were the first to step forward. Then the 8-Wind Palace, Dragon Valley, Vermilion Bird Palace, Dark Moon Temple, and the saints also stepped forward and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not afraid. He looked around in all directions, searching for the person who had spoken. That person's voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't find him. "Do you want a group battle? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Behind them, Saint Mubai and the others also stepped forward and came to Lin Xian's side. It seemed that a great battle was about to break out. However, Lin Xian said, "Elder Mubai, take Ruyu and Rizalong and leave first. I will stay here and fight them." There were too many of them. It would be unwise to fight them head-on. "No, it's even more dangerous for you to stay here." Mu Bai Xing shook his head. Crimson Dragon, Yen Ruyu, and the others were also nervous. "I'll go with you," Yen Ryu said. However, Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, they can't do anything to me. I have the Kuin Pong movement technique. If I want to leave, they can't stop me. But you are different. If you are trapped, it will be very troublesome. So you go first. I'll let you take that thing away," Lin Xian said, and was about to take out the great sage statue. However, at this time, Heishan said, "Kid, Don't tell me you want to give the great sage statue to them. Let me remind you, don't give it to them first. There's a trap in the great sage statue. Wouldn't it be perfect to use it to kill these people? Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He said, if I give you the great sage statue, they will definitely hunt you down. You guys retreat first. I'll go to the Langius Star to meet them. Are you sure you're okay? Saint Mubai and the others were still very worried. Lin Xian said, trust me, go quickly. Otherwise, there won't be time. You guys go with them. All right, be careful. Yan Ruyu nodded. Ruzalong also said, Kid, you must come back alive. The North Demon, Saint Mubai, and the others gritted their teeth and retreated quickly. You want to leave? Impossible. The surrounding people surrounded them. Lin Xian shouted, the great sage treasure you want is with me. Let them go. I'll fight you here. As he spoke, he directly took out the great sage statue. In an instant, the righteous aura of heaven and earth, accompanied by the terrifying pressure of the great sage, descended from the sky. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. In the next moment, everyone looked at the great sage statue with burning eyes. This is the Dharma idol of the great sage. Patriarch, this is our patriarch. The people of the Sikong family were even more excited. Many people directly knelt in the sky. More people roared, damn kid, hand over our patriarch's Dharma idol. Otherwise, we'll tear you into pieces. The others also roared, hand it over. Let's go. Saint Mubai gritted his teeth and roared. He entered the spirit boat and quickly left. During this process, no one stopped him, because everyone's attention was attracted by the great sage Dharma idol. So what if those people left? If the other party's demon blood reached the Langistar and called for reinforcements, it would not be so simple. By the time reinforcements arrived, they would have killed the other party. Seeing that Saint Mubai had safely left, Lin Xian sighed in relief. At the same time he asked, Black Mountain, tell me, what secrets does the great sage Dharma idol have? Black Mountain chuckled. Of course there are. I've been entangled with old man Situ for tens of thousands of years. In that great sage Dharma idol, there's righteous aura and of course my demon aura. That energy is definitely beyond your imagination. Kid, only you have the great dragon sword soul that can restrain me. Otherwise, if you attacked the great sage Dharma idol directly, you would have died in the great sage tower. Next, what you need to do is to release the two extremely terrifying auras in the Dharma idol, especially my demon aura. There's actually such a thing. Lin Xian's expression changed. Damn it. Fortunately, I didn't kill Black Mountain. Otherwise, he would probably be seriously injured when he obtained the great sage Dharma idol. However, now he looked at the people around him and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. I'll let these people have a taste of what it means to be filled with demon aura and despair. Kid, hurry up and hand over the great sage Dharma idol. The powerful experts and saints of the powerful sects were all roaring. Lin Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings and laughed heartily. You want the great sage's inheritance? Come on, let's see if you're qualified. The surrounding people all pressed forward. Chapter 3402. On the other hand, Lin Xian leaped into the air. He did not take the supreme sage Dharma idol with him, leaving the statue behind. In an instant, the elites of the Sikong clan took the lead and rushed over. They stood in front of the statue of the supreme sage and laughed. Ha 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 ha, the supreme ancestor's Dharma idol is ours. We finally got it. They were overjoyed. Boom! However, as soon as they laughed, someone was blasted into a bloody mist. The elites of the Dragon Valley killed a few of the Sikong clan members and sneered. How dare you snatch the supreme sage Dharma idol? So what if it belongs to the Sikong clan? Today it belongs to the Dragon Valley. You're courting death. Let's fight. The Seacombe clan members roared, and the elites of the Dragon Valley sneered. A great battle broke out. The people of the Eight-Wind Palace also laughed. Is that so? So what if you count me in? Many of the surrounding people joined in the battle. However, there were also some people who charged toward Lin Xian because Lin Xian also had two great inheritances and the Great Destruction Spear, which also made people jealous. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace charged forward and unleashed terrifying flames, creating a world of fire. Lin Xian dodged with his extreme speed. At the same time, the people of the Dark Moon Temple also rushed over to assassinate him. Lin Xian used the 5 elemental laws to form a divine sword that swept in all directions, sending the people around him flying. At the same time, he felt that the situation was about right, so he rushed forward. Chase him! Don't let him get away! Everyone was chasing after him. At this moment, they were divided into 2 groups. One group was besieging the Supreme Sage Dharma idol, while the other group was chasing after Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was heading toward the Supreme Sage Dharma idol. The Kuan Peng movement technique was so fast that it reached the Supreme Sage Dharma idol in an instant. You want to kill me? You want the Supreme Sage Dharma idol. You people, go to hell. With that, Lin Xian began to slap the Supreme Sage Dharma idol according to Black Mountain's instructions. At the same time, he stood in a strange position, and the aura of Black Mountain emanated from his body. Shocking transformations took place. Before, the great sage Dharma idol had been a stalwart man with a righteous aura that made him seem like a warlord. But all of a sudden, his eyes flickered and lit up with blood-red light. It was incomparably bewitching. The red light swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At the same time, a surge of demonic aura rushed out from his body. This aura was truly too terrifying. It was the demonic chi left behind by the Black Mountain after fighting with the other party for tens of thousands of years. As soon as that demonic aura appeared, it swept through the world. Boom! Boom! In an instant, some of the people nearby were swallowed by the demonic chi and died instantly. The other people were also sent flying, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. What was that? Damn it, demonic aura. How could there be demonic aura? Wasn't he from the Seacombe clan? Didn't the supreme saints of the Seacombe clan cultivate the righteous chi of heaven and earth? The people around him went crazy. The members of the Seacombe clan were also stunned. Demonic aura could be said to be the complete opposite of righteous chi. But why was their ancestor, Dharma idol, like a peerless demon at this moment? Could it be that this wasn't their ancestor? They still couldn't figure it out. That monstrous demonic aura was really too terrifying. The people around him were all enveloped in an instant, and they all wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Damn brat! How dare you trick us? These people roared crazily. They finally understood why Lin Xian dared to bring the supreme Saint Dharma idol here alone and wait for them. It turned out that he had such a trump card. This was definitely enough to kill all of them. Run, run quickly. This was the aura of a supreme saint, which far surpassed theirs. It was not something they could resist at all. Therefore, the remaining saints fled as if they had gone mad. Can you escape? How can you resist the demonic aura of my Black Mountain? Black Mountain sneered secretly. As expected, although those saints avoided the spreading demonic aura, they were still enveloped by the red light. In the next moment, their faces became extremely distorted, and their eyes were also extremely red. Their entire body became abnormally violent. They began to attack the people around them as if they had fallen into madness. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian was stunned as well. This should be a soul attack, right? If one wanted to avoid the soul attack of the old demon of the Black Mountain, they would have to be like him, who had the great dragon sword soul and could directly destroy it. Otherwise, it would be a true supreme saint. The surrounding saints of the first heaven probably didn't have such power. As expected, The surrounding saints were all affected and began to attack crazily. They started to kill each other. The surrounding people were also surrounded by demonic aura. The void was like azure hell, and they attacked mercilessly. Saint blood floated between heaven and earth. It was abnormally terrifying, as if it had become the 18 levels of hell. Only Lin Xian stood near the supreme Saint Dharma idol. His body was surrounded by the aura of the Black Mountain, so he wouldn't suffer any attacks. This process was simply too tragic. No, ancestor, why are you killing us? The geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Palace screamed crazily. They really couldn't understand why they were killed by their own people instead of being enveloped by the demonic aura. Those geniuses' eyes were wide open. They didn't understand what was going on until they died. The powerhouses of the Dark Moon Temple were also killed by their own saints. The saints of the Dragon Valley and the Eight Wind Hall even fought. The people of the Sikong family tried their best to resist, but the aura of the Dharma idol was still not the power of heaven and earth, but a monstrous demonic aura. Therefore, they were also affected. In an instant, they began to kill their own disciples crazily. This was a kind of despair. Being killed by one's own seniors was the most tragic outcome. In the end, the saints also began to fight and kill each other. In addition to the monstrous demonic aura around them, they attacked crazily. No one could escape. The battle continued for 10 days and 10 nights. Finally, all the screams disappeared. Everyone around him had been killed. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood were densely packed. It was as if it had really become Yama's palace. At this moment, only Lin Xian was alive. It was over. Lin Xian witnessed the crazy scene of 10 days and 10 nights, and he was extremely shocked. However, his will was firm, so he wasn't affected at all. Moreover, these people all reaped what they had sown. If these people weren't greedy, if they didn't want to kill him, then these people wouldn't have ended up like this. He looked at the Supreme Saint Dharma idol again. At this moment, all the demonic aura of the Supreme Saint Dharma idol was released. What remained was the power of heaven and earth. Such a pure Dharma idol and power of heaven and earth was enough to suppress the demonic aura on the Langus star. Moreover, he wasn't worried about any side effects. Therefore, he waved his hand and put away the Dharma idol. "Let's go," Lin Xian said indifferently as he looked around. Then, just as he was about to leave, Heishan arrived. "Kid, there are still people here and they are leaving quickly." "What? There are still people?" Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His body stiffened, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 3403. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and quickly searched, but he did not find anyone. What was going on? The Black Mountain Great Sage was surprised. "Your eyes are also very strange." "Forget it. I don't have time to study this. I'm a remnant soul of a supreme sage. Although my cultivation is weak now, my experience is definitely not something you can compare to. Hurry! Someone is leaving 103,000 meters in front of you." Hearing this, Lin Xian did not hesitate anymore. Without saying a word, he directly slapped out a light palm. It enveloped the area. With a loud boom, the surrounding space was shattered into pieces. He had even used the power of the great dragon's sword soul. It could definitely destroy all the void. As expected, there was no one in the shattered void. However, when the great dragon's sword chi swept through the void, a figure rushed into the sky. He blasted the great dragon sword chi away and then fled into the distance. There was indeed someone. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Just who was it that could actually dodge such a terrifying soul attack? He could even avoid his heavenly secret divine eyes. He used the Kuan Peng technique and quickly chased after him. At the same time, he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. He saw a ray of light, and the aura it contained shocked him. The Black Mountain Great Sage also exclaimed, "Why did I feel the power of the Great Emperor?" "Yen Nantian, it's him. He was indeed here. Lin Xian revealed a cold smile, and at the same time explained to the Black Mountain. He was the successor of the great emperor. The successor of the great emperor? No wonder he could feel the great emperor's aura. The Black Mountain nodded. Lin Xian smiled. He had searched high and low for something, but found it without any effort. He finally met Yan Nantian again. Moreover, judging from his aura, he should not have broken through. This time it would be his death. Thinking of this, he sped up again and chased after him. Yan Nantian was extremely depressed. He could not understand. He used the great emperor's inheritance to hide his aura and isolate everything. Even a second heaven or third heaven sage might not be able to see through it. But how did the other party see through it? He knew that his opponent's technique was powerful, but he was more confident in his emperor's legacy. How could he have known that not only had Lin Xian broken through this time, but he also had the remnant soul of a great sage by his side? Naturally, his knowledge and experience were not something an ordinary sage could compare to. Therefore, he could only run for his life like a madman. However, no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve, his current cultivation level had already fallen behind Lin Xian. Therefore, it didn't take long for the gap between the two of them to become smaller and smaller. Yan Nantian screamed crazily. He roared, "Damn it, don't attack me. Can we reconcile? I can teach you one or two ultimate techniques of the great emperor, as long as you let me go." Let you off? Stop dreaming. There's no way I'll let you off. So, you should just die obediently. Lin Xian attacked in a frenzy. His law divine chains transformed into a giant dragon that danced in the sky and blasted forward. Yan Nantian roared madly. He was courting death. 9 monarch marks revolved around his body as he took out the Saint Chariot. He blocked the Saint Chariot in front of him. With a clang, he was sent flying in the next moment. The Saint Chariot trembled. Yan Nantian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. However, in the end, he managed to block the attack. In the next moment, he drove the Saint Chariot and quickly rushed over. He had to escape quickly. He was no match for his opponent now. Only by returning to the Vermilion Bird Palace could he ensure his safety. Thinking of this, he drove the Saint Chariot crazily. Do you want to leave? Do you think you can leave? Lin Xian's eyes erupted with piercing, killing intent. This was the best opportunity for him to kill his opponent. Therefore, he wouldn't let his opponent escape. In an instant, he chased after him. His speed was extremely fast. Yan Nantian was scared out of his wits. He pulled out the Spear of Great Destruction and struck out. The 5 elemental laws, accompanied by a black shadow, rushed out. Yan Nantian's scalp went numb. He quickly dodged. At the same time, the 9 monarch marks and the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts blocked the attack. However, he was no match for his opponent now. Therefore, he didn't dare to fight with Lin Xian anymore. He could only run away crazily. Yan Nantian burned his power and instantly used a secret technique to appear tens of millions of miles away. Then he opened a scroll without hesitation. It was a very ancient scroll with a teleportation array carved on it. As soon as it appeared, the power of space enveloped Yan Nantian. "Kid, just you wait. When I become a saint, I'll kill you." Yan Nantian's body gradually disappeared. Behind him, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Is he leaving? There's still a teleportation array. Impossible, I won't let you go. His divine body and law circulated, and he turned into a Kuan Peng. At this moment, Lin Xian's speed surpassed everything. The piercing sword light, accompanied by the phantom of the Kuan Peng, rushed over. At the end of the array formation, he also followed in. Buzz! He and Yan Nantian were teleported together. Buzz! In the endless starry sky, Yan Nantian appeared. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Am I finally saved? Just as he was about to leave, his body trembled, and he suddenly turned around. The teleportation array behind him had not completely disappeared, and a shocking murderous intent came from inside. No way, is he coming? How is that possible? They're tens of millions of miles away. How can he be so fast? Yan Nanshan's expression was ugly. He raised his palm and directly slapped at the teleportation array. He wanted to destroy it. However, a black spear came out of it and pierced through Yan Nanshan's palm. Yan Nantian screamed and withdrew his palm. His expression was cold. Buzz. Lin Xian walked out of the teleportation array. Do you think I can't kill you just because you have a teleportation array? As he spoke, he exerted force and cut off one of Yan Nanshan's arms. Yan Nantian screamed, and his face became extremely distorted. However, at this moment, he waved his other hand, and suddenly a red light flashed and slashed at Lin Xian's glabella. Lin Xian felt an inexplicable sense of danger. The divine chains of order transformed, and he used the sacred shield to block in front of him. With a clang, he was forced back, and the 5 elemental laws were almost split apart. What? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. As expected, Yan Nantian is not simple. He shouted coldly, and the 5 elemental laws quickly intertwined, entangling the red light. Only then did he see it clearly. It was a sword. It was only the size of a palm, and it was engraved with runes. A biting, cold, murderous intent bloomed from it. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. This treasure sword was too terrifying. It was definitely a hidden weapon that could kill. In fact, if a second heaven sage was not careful, he would be pierced through. However, Lin Xian was too strong. No matter how powerful the killing sword was, he could block it. I want to see what other trump cards you have. After sealing the sword, Lin Xian looked at Yan Nantian again. Chapter 3404. Buzz. He attacked mercilessly. Yan Nantian could only block with the Saint Chariot. He used all of his abilities, but he was no match for Lin Xian. The heaven-destroying finger, the thunder god's body, and even the immortal burying tower. However, that illusion was shattered by Lin Xian's attack. In the end, Yan Nantian was defeated. However, he didn't use the Emperor Regeneration Talisman. Instead, he used a secret technique to recover. At the same time, he covered his body with the Saint Chariot. Then, he turned into a ray of light and fled for his life. Throughout the entire process, Yan Nantian activated the teleportation array 3 times, but Lin Xian caught up to him each time. Just like that, they arrived near planet Suzaku before they knew it. Along the way, they met some powerful cultivators. When they saw Lin Xian's terrifying killing intent, they all backed off. Just a little more, and they would reach planet Suzaku. Yan Nanshan's eyes were bloodshot. He took out precious heaven and earth treasures from his storage ring and devoured them without any regard for his life. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. As long as he could survive, he could get everything he had. He had even started to burn his bloodline. He also activated the last teleportation array in his hand. You want to leave? Stay. Lin Xian let out an angry roar and attacked again. However, Yan Nantian was determined this time. He actually split his soul and an avatar to die for him. As for his true body, he entered the teleportation formation and disappeared. Lin Xian's expression was cold after he killed the avatar. That attack had damaged Yan Nanshan's foundation. Even if Yan Nantian was the successor of a great emperor, he wouldn't be able to recover in a few hundred years. However, that wasn't what he wanted. What he wanted was to kill Yan Nantian. Therefore, Lin Xian let out a roar, gathered the power of all 9 heavens and 10 earths, and charged over. So what if Yan Nantian returned to planet Suzaku? If he wanted to kill someone, not even the heavens could stop him. Planet Suzaku. The red earth and the temperature of the flames were so high that even space was burning. However, Yan Nantian smiled. Finally, he was back in their territory. This time he was safe. When he returned this time, he would definitely go into seclusion. Before he reached the sage realm, he would not come out even if he were beaten to death. Just as he was about to leave, his scalp suddenly went numb, and he screamed in horror. In the sky, a beam of light tore through the astral winds and charged over. Yen Nantian, you're not leaving. A cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Damn it, are they chasing after me again? Yen Nantian's scalp went numb as he quickly fled. However, Lin Xian made his move. Without another word, he took out the left hand of the devil. He had obtained the devil's left hand from Cloud Sky Saint. Previously, Cloud Sky Saint's strength was not as strong as his. However, after he had the demon's left hand, his strength surpassed Cloud Sky Saint's, and he was able to contend with Cloud Sky Saint. However, in the end, he actually died at the hands of the left hand of the devil. All of this made the devil's left hand seem extremely strange. However, Lin Xian was very interested. Thus, he sealed it. Originally, he had planned to study it when he had the time, but now he couldn't care less. In an instant, he merged the left hand of the devil into his palm. Then he viciously pressed down on the ground. At this moment, the left hand of the devil combined with the 5 elemental laws to form a killing blow. No matter how strong Yen Nantian was, he couldn't withstand it. With one strike, he was reduced to ashes. However, Lin Xian didn't relax because he knew that the other party had many trump cards. He had seen the Emperor Regeneration Talisman many times. Therefore, he knew that he couldn't kill the other party. As expected, he found a rune in the blood mist through the heavenly secret child prodigy. It was an intact rune. The rune trembled, and in an instant, Yen Nantian recovered again. His expression was incomparably cold, and his strength had reached its peak. Yen Nantian recovered to his peak in an instant. Without another word, he burned the 9 emperor runes, the 4 mythical beast phantoms, and the power of the bloodline in his body to the extreme. At the same time, he shouted coldly, "I am Yen Nantian. Quickly inform the Vermilion Bird Palace. I am being chased by Lin Xian. Whoever can save me, I will give him the Emperor Mystique." His voice resounded throughout the world. It seemed that in order to survive, Yen Nantian didn't care about anything else. On the other hand, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. An intact Emperor rune? It seems that your trump card is finally about to be used up. He charged forward again. Who dares to attack young Master Yen? In the distance, 3 streams of light rushed over. They were 3 sages. The 3 sages were originally nearby to gather and exchange cultivation experiences. Now that they heard Yen Nantian's voice, their eyes lit up. Yen Nantian was being chased by Lin Xian. They hadn't gone to the Void Ocean, and the news of the Void Ocean hadn't spread. Therefore, they knew that Lin Xian was stronger than Yen Nantian. But that was all. Yen Nantian was at most a half-sage and might be able to fight against a sage. However, if the 3 sages worked together, they could definitely take him down. As long as they saved Yen Nantian, they would be able to obtain the Emperor Mystique. A Emperor Mystique would be able to make their strength undergo earth-shattering changes. Therefore, under such temptation, they attacked decisively. "Those who stop me will die," Lin Xian roared. He reached out with his demonic left hand and blasted the 3 sages into a bloody mist. This time he didn't hold back. Therefore, the 3 first heaven stage sages were completely killed. How terrifying was that? It scared Yen Nantian out of his wits. There were still some people in the surrounding tens of millions of miles. However, when they wanted to attack again, they were completely stunned. The 3 first heaven stage sages were instantly killed. This strength terrified them. No one dared to attack again. However, even if they didn't dare to attack Lin Xian, they could still inform Vermilion Bird Palace. That would also be a great contribution. Needless to say, some people were really lucky to encounter people from Vermilion Bird Palace. In a mountain range, Vermilion Bird Palace's sages and some geniuses were besieging a secret cave. When they received the news, their expressions immediately changed. Yen Nantian was being chased by Lin Wudi. and his life was on the line. Kill. They directly rushed over. Yan Nantian was already scared out of his wits. He no longer had the arrogance and pride of a great emperor's successor. At this moment, he only hoped that someone could save him. He had already burned his blood and swallowed all the most precious pills in his hands. However, the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Moreover, he had also been hit by the demonic left hand. Although it wasn't a complete hit, the aftershock of the energy had caused half of his body to be smashed. Just when he thought that he was definitely going to die, suddenly, an angry roar came from afar. Stop! Who dares to hurt young Master Yen? The Vermilion Bird Palace's sage has arrived. Everyone kneel down. Crazy roars sounded. It was obvious that there were more than one powerhouse coming. Chapter 3405. Great, I'm saved. Yen Nantian heaved a sigh of relief. In an instant, the sages from afar arrived. 5 first heaven stage sages and 16 half-sages. Such a lineup could be said to be very powerful. Therefore, Yen Nantian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw it. After swallowing a few precious pills, he said, "Help me block him. I want to return to Vermilion Bird Palace and immediately go into seclusion. I've injured my foundation." What? Hearing this, the sages of Vermilion Bird Palace changed their expressions. They weren't surprised that Yen Nantian was injured because Lin Xian was very powerful. But to injure one's foundation, this was not a small problem. It might affect one's future cultivation, so they didn't dare to be careless. "Young Master Yen, don't worry. Go back, and I'll help you kill this kid. Yes, we have more people. After killing Lin Wudi, no one will be able to threaten young Master." The 5 sages' eyes shone with a cold light. The 16 half-sages behind them also sneered. Lin Xian's expression was cold. "Kill me?" He poured the great dragon sword soul into the great destruction spear, and then used the left hand of the devil to hold the great destruction spear. At the same time, he activated his Tianji divine eyes. "Go to hell!" "No, stop him!" Seeing Lin Xian's actions, Yen Nantian screamed crazily. The left hand of the devil was too much of a threat to him. Therefore, he quickly fled. The other 5 sages were also furious when they saw the scene. "Go to hell!" 2 sages attacked, and 3 sages protected Yen Nantian. In their opinion, such a lineup was enough. But they didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He had already become a sage and had the left hand of the devil. Even a second heaven stage sage would die here. Therefore, the 2 sages were sent flying before they could even get close to him. The other 3 sages were pierced. The last one to be pierced was Yen Nantian. "This is impossible." Yen Nantian's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt his life draining away. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't. He used the last of his strength and screamed crazily. He was the successor of the great emperor. The successor of the great emperor. He had the inheritance of a great emperor. He was destined to become a great emperor in the future. But now, before he could even become a true sage, was he going to die here? I can't accept this. Yen Nantian roared into the sky. However, he no longer had the Emperor Regeneration Talisman. Moreover, he couldn't escape now. So what if you're unwilling? All of this is your own doing, and you can't live. The enmity between us will disappear from now on. As Lin Xian's voice fell, the devil's left hand, the great destruction spear, and the great dragon sword spirit erupted with full power, killing the 3 sages. Yen Nantian's body was also torn apart, his soul destroyed. The blood mist that filled the sky was then completely wiped out. There was only a giant crack in the sky. It was a shocking sight. The 2 saints of Rosefinch Palace and the 16 half-saints were all stunned. What did they see? Yen Nantian had been insta-killed. What kind of power was this? What exactly did this brat experience? Why did his strength change so drastically? They could not understand. However, they were not worried. Young Master Yen was the successor of a great emperor and had the Emperor Regeneration Talisman. They should quickly escort him away. They soared into the sky and flew forward, but soon they were stunned. There was no more blood mist in the world, let alone the Emperor Regeneration Talisman. They waited for a long time, but there was no sign of it. An unbelievable thought came to their minds. Could it be that the Emperor Regeneration Talisman had been used up? As soon as this thought came to their minds, they gasped. The 16 half-saints were also dumbfounded. If the Emperor Regeneration Talisman was used up, Yen Nantien could not be revived? Yen Nantien had been completely killed. This was an earth-shattering event. It was bigger than anything else. Rosefinch Palace was probably going to riot, and the ancient path of the stars was going to be chaotic. Yen Nantien was the successor of a great emperor. He was very likely to become the new great emperor in the future. Rosefinch Palace had done so many things for Yen Nantien and made enemies with so many people. But now Yen Nantien was dead. Rosefinch Palace no longer had a trump card and a pillar of support. It could be imagined that the future would be a disastrous blow. Run! Run quickly and spread the news. The two saints roared. Lin Xian was too dangerous. They had to go back and gather the most powerful saints to capture him as soon as possible. Yen Nantien was dead. They had to kill Lin Xian. Otherwise, Rosefinch Palace would not be able to sleep in peace in the future. You still want to leave? Stay here. Lin Xian used the left hand of the devil to kill two saints. As for the remaining half-saints, the 5 elemental laws on his body turned into 5 elemental divine swords and flew in all directions. They were all killed. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. No one escaped. The surroundings were terrifying and quiet. Who would have thought that such an earth-shattering battle had taken place here? Moreover, the successor of a great emperor had died here. After Lin Xian killed these people, he did not leave. Instead, he looked into the void. Do you think I can't find you if you hide there without moving? You're the one who tipped me off, right? His golden hand directly grabbed a figure. That figure knelt on the ground and kowtowed nonstop. Spare me, I've been possessed. Spare my life. Spare you? You've seen everything. That's impossible. In your next life, don't be my enemy again. With that, he killed the other party with a single blow. Lin Xian turned around. His eyes flickered. He wanted to find Yen Nantian's relics. Yen Nantien was the successor of a great emperor. He must have left something behind after death, especially the great emperor's legacy. This tempted him. At the same time, in Rosefinch Palace, the palace lord and a group of elders were discussing. Calculating the time, there should be news from the void ocean. Yes, it should be out soon. What kind of harvest would they have this time? Yen Nantien should have gained the most. He would probably go into seclusion again. He would be able to become a saint. Yes, after becoming a saint, Yen Nantian's strength would be even more terrifying. An ordinary first heaven sage was no match for him. In a few hundred years, he would be invincible in the starry sky. When that time came, Rosefinch Palace would be the biggest winner. Yen Nantien was the successor of a great emperor. His worst achievement in the future would be becoming a great sage. He even had a high chance of becoming a new great emperor. In that case, Rosefinch Palace would be invincible in the world for tens of thousands of years. At this point, they became more and more excited. It was as if they could see the scene of them dominating the universe in the future. However, at this moment, a few elders screamed crazily, "Palace Lord, this is bad. Yen Nantian's soul tablet is broken." What? As soon as this was said, the palace lord in the main hall stood up abruptly. The surrounding elders were also stunned. "What did you say? Yen Nantian's soul tablet is broken? How is that possible? Did you see wrongly?" Chapter 3406. They couldn't believe it. A soul tablet was made by fusing a sliver of a person's soul with a special divine crystal. It was used to observe life and death. If the person in the distance was alive, the tablet would be safe and sound. If the person died, the tablet would also be destroyed. It was used to observe whether the person was safe or not. Yan Nanshan's soul tablet was guarded by people who couldn't relax for even a moment. But now, what did they hear? Yan Nanshan's soul tablet was destroyed. What was going on? Didn't this mean that Yan Nantian was dead? But how was that possible? In an instant, their hearts fell into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. Just a moment ago, they were still fantasizing about Yan Nantian becoming the great emperor and their vermilion bird palace ruling over the universe. But now their greatest support was actually dead. They quickly took it to see what was going on. Could it be that something had happened to the Void Sea? Just at this moment, a few more people ran over and knelt on the ground, trembling. Palace Master, elders, this is bad. Many of the elders' soul tablets have been destroyed. A total of 5 sages and 16 half-sages were destroyed at the same time. What? The Vermilion Bird Palace Master and the elders all went crazy. Originally, they thought that Yan Nantian had encountered some danger in the Void Sea. Perhaps he had been killed by an ancient formation. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Their 5 sages and 16 half-sages soul tablets had all been destroyed at the same time as Yan Nantian. And these sages and half-sages were all on planet Suzaku. None of them had gone to the Void Sea. What did this mean? This meant that Yan Nantian had been killed on planet Suzaku. What was going on? They couldn't understand at all. But they could imagine that Yan Nantian had already left the Void Sea and fled to planet Suzaku. But he had still been killed by the enemy. Who had done it? A holy sovereign? A sage king? A great sage? They didn't know. But it was clear that the one who had done it was a strong enemy, because their people hadn't even sent back any news. If even a sage couldn't send back any news, how terrifying would that person be? But they were also enraged. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master roared like a madman. Get it for me. At the same time, lock down planet Suzaku and mobilize all forces. No matter what, we must find the culprit. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Palace was in an uproar. Countless powerhouses swarmed out. More than half of planet Suzaku was shocked. The cultivators and families on planet Suzaku all trembled, because they had never seen such a riot in the Vermilion Bird Palace. This was practically an all-out attack. What were they trying to do? Where were they going to attack? Unify planet Suzaku? On the other side, Lin Xian stood in the void and frowned. He had already scanned his surroundings with his heavenly fortune god eyes, but he still could not find the succession of the martial monarch. Hey, Shan, can you think of a way to find him? Lin Xian said in a deep voice. I'm already looking for it. I'll use the secret arts of the great sages. Black Mountain, search the area. Suddenly, it unleashed a burst of demonic chi that shattered the void. Then, balls of light scattered down. It was a storage ring, and there was also a light shadow. The light shadow was very blurry. From afar, it was the 9 Emperor runes. However, at this moment, the 9 Emperor runes were connected. It was abnormally strange and terrifying. This should be the inheritance of the martial monarch, right? Lin Xian's eyes blazed with a fiery light. He reached out his hand and grabbed toward the front. In the blink of an eye, everything in front of him was sealed by him. However, his palm soon moved, and the sphere of light formed by the 9 great emperor marks smashed through his seal and escaped from his grasp. Where are you going? Lin Xian let out a roar. Terrifying 5 elemental laws rushed out of his body and destroyed the world. Dense sword chi flew out and cut off the 9 heavens, blocking the inheritance. However, the inheritance of the martial monarch was too terrifying. It shattered everything with one strike. Then it disappeared. Damn it! Lin Xian could not find it again. Hey, Shan said, stop chasing, kid. Even I might not be able to obtain the inheritance of the martial monarch at my peak, let alone you. This thing depends on luck. It's useless to use force. Was this an opportunity? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Since He Shan said so, it would be useless for him to attack. Therefore, he did not attack but narrowed his eyes. Kid, I have to say that I'm starting to see you in a different light. He Shan nodded. Lin Xian snorted. What's there to see? He Shan shook his head. You have to know that the one that escaped is the inheritance of the martial monarch. Who wouldn't be jealous of it? Even when I was alive, even great sages would be envious of me if they saw me. But you, from the looks of it, you don't seem too disappointed. It would be a lie to say that you're not disappointed. Lin Xian sighed. After all, the inheritance of the martial monarch was an existence that surpassed everything. The probability of becoming a martial monarch was very high. However, you said that even great sages can't get it. This kind of thing depends on luck. No matter how unwilling I am, it's useless. I might as well look on the bright side. Besides, I'm very confident in myself. I believe that one day I'll reach the peak of the martial path and become a martial monarch. This is my belief and also my goal in martial arts. So what if I don't have the inheritance of the martial monarchs? Come to think of it, martial monarch Hong Wu didn't have the inheritance of the other martial monarchs back then. But he still became a martial monarch. Since others can do it, why can't I? He Shan did not say anything, but his heart was filled with astonishment. Not simple, an invincible heart. One had to know that this was very rare. This kid in front of him was indeed special. Perhaps he could really walk the path to the end. Someone was coming. Suddenly, He Shan transmitted his voice to remind Lin Xian instead of exclaiming. Lin Xian frowned too. He could also sense that many people were flying toward them from afar. Besides, their auras were extremely powerful. At the same time, a series of furious roars could be heard. Who was it? Who dared to kill Yan Nantian? I'm going to tear you into pieces. Lin Xian harumphed coldly. He did not stay there any longer and turned around to leave. His speed was extremely fast. When those people from afar arrived, they could no longer see him. However, after flying for a while, Lin Xian frowned. He realized that his surroundings seemed to have formed a tight encirclement. There were people from the Vermilion Bird Palace everywhere. It seemed like he could only force his way through. Lin Xian made his move. His sharp sword Qi killed a few of the Vermilion Bird Palace's experts. He did not use the devil's left hand. After all, he still remembered that the Cloud Sky Saint had died under the devil's left hand. Therefore, this thing could not be used too many times. It was better to keep it as a trump card. Even if he did not use the devil's left hand, it would be easy for him to kill these people. After breaking through the defensive line, he quickly flew away. However, the people around him roared in anger. Someone killed our people. It must be the murderer. Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura slammed over from all directions. Not good. It's a small saint. Kid, leave quickly. You can't stop it now. He Shan's voice was urgent. Chapter 3407. A minor saint was in existence at the 6th heavenly layer of the Sage Realm. It was extremely terrifying. Even Lin Xian couldn't resist it now. So when he heard that, he immediately took out the teleportation array. In an instant, he was teleported out. However, that frightening hand had also swatted over. Accompanying it was an endless sea of lightning that completely covered the entire sky. This was no longer a simple palm. It was extremely terrifying. Even though Lin Xian was teleported, he was still forced out. However, the distance was still very far. With Lin Xian's current strength, he could still withstand it. With a roar, the 5 elemental law wrapped around him, and he quickly fled into the distance. He seemed to have turned into an ancient Kuan Pong. His speed was extremely fast. That guy actually escaped. How was that possible? The surrounding people of Vermilion Bird Palace were all stunned. The one who attacked was their Grand Elder. That was a minor saint. How could such a terrifying existence let the other party escape? Who was that person? The aura of a dragon, Lin Wudi? At this moment, an old figure appeared in the sky. He was too old. His entire body was withered, but his eyes carried an extremely terrifying aura. He was a minor saint of Vermilion Bird Palace and also a Grand Elder. He came immediately after he received the news. When the surrounding people heard that, they were extremely shocked. Oh God, it was Lin Wudi. Impossible. They were going crazy. When did Lin Wudi become so powerful? However, they didn't have time to think about it anymore. They all looked at the minor saint. The minor saint snorted. Don't worry. No matter how powerful he is, he won't be able to escape from me. That's true. The surrounding people of Vermilion Bird Palace heaved a sigh of relief. Their grand elder was a minor saint. The existence of the sixth heavenly layer of the sage realm was extremely terrifying. No matter how powerful Lin Wudi was, he should have just broken through to the sage realm. Such a person was like an ant in front of a minor saint. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. The other party ran away from the attack just now. It should be because of luck. The next attack would definitely kill him. Buzz! The minor saint's figure flickered and quickly rushed out. Around him, there were 81 sea of lightning. It made him look like an ancient thunder god. At this moment, he mercilessly attacked again. As soon as the saint domain appeared, the entire world seemed to turn into a sea of lightning. Lin Xian's body also trembled, a deep sense of shock appearing in his eyes. Was this the power of a minor saint? It was too terrifying. He had already run so far, but he still couldn't escape the other party's attack. What to do? Lin Xian was extremely anxious. The current him was no match for a minor saint. Can you escape? He was just an ant. Since you dared to kill Yan Nantian, you should obediently become our prisoner. Don't worry, we won't kill you either. But from today onwards, you'll be a slave of our Vermilion Bird Palace. Everything you have belongs to Vermilion Bird Palace. I will make you wish you were dead. I'll let you know the whereabouts of those who dared to offend us. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, causing Lin Xian's scalp to go numb. Lin Xian turned around and saw an abnormally withered, zombie-like figure walking over. The other party's aura was simply too powerful. The lightning around his body carried a piercing red glow, reminiscent of fresh blood. Was this a minor saint? Humph! An old fart dares to be arrogant in front of me? If we were at the same level, I would kill you like slaughtering a dog. Lin Xian said coldly. The minor saint snorted. Young man, this is the real world. There is no such thing as the same level. I've lived longer than you. That's my capital. So, no matter what you say, you won't be able to escape. Hee is being stronger than me a capital. Old fart, if you hide in a place and secretly spend the rest of your life, you might be able to enjoy your old age. But you don't know what's good for you and came to provoke me. Fine, I'll let you experience what it means to be strong. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a crazy light when he said this. The next moment, the great Saint Dharma idol was taken out again. The great Saint Dharma idol. Although it was a dead great saint, its aura was simply too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, even the zombie-like minor saint's expression changed. Extremely terrifying lightning burst out from his eyes. That was the great Saint Dharma idol. You actually have such a thing. That was really surprising. A hint of fiery greed appeared in his eyes. Originally, I wanted to capture you and ask you about the whereabouts of the great emperor's inheritance. But before I could say anything, you gave me another big gift. Well, I want this great Saint Dharma idol and Yan Nanshan's inheritance. You're still so greedy even now. Do you think you can live to take it? Lin Xian snorted and pushed the great Saint Dharma idol with all his strength. He summoned the righteous chi of heaven and earth to mobilize the Dharma idol. The great Saint Dharma idol trembled slightly, and the righteous chi on its body erupted. Bright moon above the sea. Lin Xian relied on the righteous chi and the power of the great Saint Dharma idol to summon a vision of heaven and earth. The endless sea drowned the lightning, and a bright moon rose from the sea, shattering all the lightning. You're courting death, the minor saint roared. Monstrous killing intent pierced through the clouds, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. So what if the other party had the great saint Dharma idol? Although he was not as strong as a great saint, that was only when compared to a real great saint. His opponent was just a Dharma idol, a first heavenly layer cultivator. He could not withstand a single blow. It was easy for him to kill him. The terrifying lightning turned into countless lightning hands, sweeping in all directions and fighting against the bright moon above the sea. In the end, the bright moon above the sea was shattered. However, his face was gloomy. He found that the other party had escaped and disappeared without a trace. He could not see his opponent's aura? How was that possible? A first heavenly layer saint was like an ant in front of him. But now, the ant had disappeared into thin air. Just now, it only took him an instant to shatter the bright moon above the sea. No matter how fast the other party was, where could he escape to? Lightning appearance. The minor saint opened his lightning saint domain and shattered all the worlds that he could cover. The monstrous black hole was incomparably dark, as if the whole sky had sunk. However, there was still no sign of a person. This scene made the minor saint's face even gloomier. His eyes were like golden suns, looking in all directions. Souls also appeared in an overwhelming manner. At this moment he was really angry. He used all his strength, but still found nothing. Ah! He roared at the sky. The people around him all gathered around. The Grand Elder. Their faces were full of shock. They did not see Lin Wuti's figure. They only saw an angry Grand Elder roaring at the sky. Could it be that the Grand Elder did not succeed? Thinking of this, their scalps were about to explode. Chapter 3408. From now on, lock down the entire stellar realm. He won't be able to escape if we track him down with all our might. The little saint said coldly, "Yes, we'll do it now." The Vermilion Bird Palace's experts quickly took action. How could they not be angry? Yanantian was dead. Their pillar of support was gone. However, they had to keep the great emperor's inheritance. This way, they still had a glimmer of hope. For a time, the Vermilion Bird Palace's actions became even faster. On the other side, Lin Xian appeared in the void. His face was a little pale. Just now, he relied on the great Saint Dharma idol to take a blow head-on and then used a secret technique to escape. Although he had temporarily escaped the pursuit of the little saint, his face didn't look too good. Even the little saint had attacked. He didn't know what other tricks the Vermilion Bird Palace had waiting for him. It seemed that he had to return to the Langius Star to lie low. He wanted to leave, but he found that there was an inescapable net around him. Countless people were patrolling and formations were flashing. Moreover, every Vermilion Bird Palace member had a voice transmission token on them. Even if they were killed instantly, the voice transmission token could still send a message. Lin Xian had no choice but to force his way through. He killed thousands of Vermilion Bird Palace's experts in a row and was about to break out. However, another little saint came again, forcing him to change his direction again. Lin Xian originally hid deep in the mountains and forests. He didn't know what kind of deal the Vermilion Bird Palace people had made with the monsters in the mountains. Those monsters had also started to help search. He had no choice but to leave the mountains and prepare to go to the city. There were many people in the city, and people's minds were very complicated. He should be able to fool them for a while. Just like that, Lin Xian came to a huge city called the City of Raging Fire. This was a city very far away from the Vermilion Bird Palace. It was temporarily safe here. However, not long after Lin Xian entered, the entire city was locked down. Countless Vermilion Bird Palace martial artists formed many teams and came over. There were even 4 ancient mirrors hanging on the 4 sides of the city gate. It was said that these were demon-revealing mirrors that could create a person's body. In this way, it was impossible to disguise oneself. What in the world happened? The martial artists in the city were all stunned. What was the Vermilion Bird Palace looking for? Could it be that something big had happened? At this moment, the news of Yan Nanshan's death had yet to spread. Furthermore, the Vermilion Bird Palace had forcefully suppressed it. There was nothing they could do about it. If news of this spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. At that time, they would not be able to do anything. It was likely that the experts of other worlds, as well as the family forces, would come to attack them. Therefore, it was best to hide as much as possible. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace wouldn't say anything either. They just said that they were capturing Linwoody. Anyone who reported the news would be rewarded handsomely. After hearing this, the people in the city gasped. Chase after Linwoody. Heavens, is Vermilion Bird Palace really going to use such ruthless methods to get rid of this peerless genius? Was he paving the way for Yen Nantian? Lin Xian sneered as he blended into the crowd. Since the city was sealed, they would stay in the city for the time being. Just like that, Lin Xian found an inn and stayed for the time being. He was very low-key. After entering the inn, he set up a formation and then silently cultivated to deal with the battle that could happen at any time. At the same time in Raging Fire City, there was another majestic mansion that was completely different. There was no nervousness at all here. On the contrary, it was full of joy. Even the surroundings were decorated with lanterns and banners and hung with the word she. It seemed that something good was about to happen in this mansion. The people in the surrounding city couldn't go out, so they could only go to this mansion to congratulate it. They knew that the owner of this mansion was a very powerful family. In this family, there was a genius who had entered Vermilion Bird Palace to cultivate. It could be said that this was the family of the genius of Vermilion Bird Palace. Therefore, even if the people of Vermilion Bird Palace were on high alert, this family would not be affected at all. At this moment, that genius younger brother was about to marry a new bride. That bride's background was not simple either. However, compared to Vermilion Bird Palace, her background was much worse. Moreover, it was said that the wedding this time was carried out using tyrannical methods, because the bride was not willing at all. But in front of Vermilion Bird Palace's background, who dared to be unwilling. Thus, the bride's family did not dare to resist at all. However, something happened yesterday. That bride actually ran away from the wedding. She used some sort of secret technique to directly escape. At the Breeze Tavern, this was a very unremarkable tavern in a corner of the city. Generally, people with strength and status would not stay here. At this moment, another figure appeared in front of the tavern. It was a person wearing a black robe. He was very low-key. After he entered, he asked for a room. "Dear guest, you've come at the right time. This is the last room. Raging Fire City has already been sealed. Apart from the last room, it was impossible to find another room." "Enough nonsense. Quickly bring me there." Good, good. The waiter did not expect this person to have such a bad temper. However, the money that this person paid was enough to make him beam with joy. Thus, he did not mind at all. After bringing this person in, the waiter left. After entering, the person set up several seals. This room did not appear to be abnormal. However, in the room next to it, a figure opened his eyes. This figure was Lin Xian. He also stayed in this crazy tavern. At this moment, his eyes were flickering. He could naturally hear the sound of the formation seal in the next room just now. However, he shook his head and did not pay attention to it. Which martial artist did not set up a set of formation during cultivation in case of emergencies? Therefore, he did not think much about it. Half a day later, the entire crazy tavern was surrounded by people. He was surrounded by countless experts. Standing at the front was a man wearing a bright red robe. His face was cold. Beside him, there were countless experts. "Young master, Raging Fire City has been sealed. No one can leave. That woman must be hiding in the city. We have searched all the places except for this tavern. He must be inside. Damn bitch, how dare she escape? Search for her. Catch her, and see how I'll play her to death." The young master in red robe shouted coldly. Immediately, a large number of experts moved out. One of them directly grabbed the waiter and asked coldly, "Recently, did anyone come over?" "Especially women." The waiter was so scared that his whole body trembled and he pissed his pants. There was no woman. However, a black-robed man came today. His attitude was very bad. I don't know if he's the person you're looking for. Where is she? Lead the way. There was no other way. He could only lead the way. The entire tavern was surrounded by countless experts. The people in the tavern were all awakened. They were originally not very strong and had no status. For a moment, being surrounded by so many experts, they were so scared that they pissed their pants. They did not dare to resist at all. Lin Xian opened his eyes and frowned. Could it be that the Vermilion Bird Palace had come? Chapter 3409. That shouldn't be the case. He had hidden himself very carefully. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace couldn't have such means. Moreover, most of the people who came were half-saints. There were also many people who were close to the Tao. Such a lineup wanted to capture him? What a joke! The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace wouldn't be so stupid. Even if they really found him, they would immediately inform the saints or even small saints to come and capture him. Therefore, these people weren't here for him. Could it be that there were other people in this and who had offended some faction? Lin Xian frowned. The situation wasn't good. Buzz! Suddenly, Lin Xian was stunned. He felt that something was attacking his array formation. Immediately after, a figure rushed over. He was shocked. Could it be that those people outside were an illusion, and the real powerhouse had quietly come to capture him? One had to know that the array formation he had set up was very sturdy, but this person could break it in an instant. Was it a small saint? He instantly became aggressive, and the killing intent in his heart was about to erupt. But then he was stunned. He felt that the aura was somewhat familiar. It was the aura of the person who had just stayed next to him. After that person woke up, he said, "Friend, let me borrow your place. Don't worry, I will avenge you." As he said that, he took out a storage ring. There were 500 kilograms of immortal state in it. It was enough for you. As long as you don't speak, I guarantee that you will be safe. Although the voice was low and hoarse, Lin Xian's soul was very sharp. He immediately realized that it was a woman. Could it be that those people outside were here to capture her? It seemed that he was right. He guessed correctly. They weren't here for him. However, there were many people being hunted down every day. Lin Xian didn't plan to do anything. Besides, he couldn't expose himself at all. He just nodded and didn't say anything. The woman wanted to leave quickly through the window, but in the next moment she screamed. Then, countless powerful auras descended from the surroundings. The entire inn was torn down and split into pieces. On Lin Xian's side, many large cracks appeared on the house. Lin Xian immediately removed the array formation. The array formation was too exquisite. If those people discovered it, they would be suspicious. Therefore, he put it away. As for the woman, she let out a shriek. Damn it, their speed was actually so fast. Ha 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 ha, bitch, why don't you run? Below, the red-clothed young master sneered coldly. You won't be able to escape from me. The black-robed woman turned her head around. Although his face couldn't be seen clearly, his voice carried a trace of exasperation. Don't be so smug. If it wasn't for the fact that Raging Fire City was suddenly sealed and so many Vermilion Bird Palace experts came, I would have escaped long ago. How could he have been caught by you? To be honest, she was really mad because she didn't know why the Raging Fire City was sealed and no one was allowed to leave. Could it be that they were trying to catch her? However, when she was sealed, she had no intention of escaping. If this mysterious woman knew that the culprit who was sealed by the Castle of Raging Fire was right next to her, what would she do? You bitch, marrying you is your good fortune. Furthermore, my brother is a genius of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Marrying me is a blessing of 3 lifetimes. What are you unhappy about? How dare you run away? If I catch you, I'll play you to death. The mysterious woman snorted coldly. You trash! You only know how to rely on your own family. What else do you have? Don't you have enough women who have been played by you? I won't marry you. You'd better give up on that thought. Won't marry me? It's not up to you now. Someone catch her. A few experts in the surroundings walked up with cold smiles. Strong auras sealed the space. The black-robed woman's body trembled. She took 2 steps back and arrived near Lin Xian. At this moment, the surrounding experts also saw Lin Xian and immediately frowned. Kid, who are you? Are you an accomplice? Because Lin Xian was also wearing a black robe, he was naturally considered an accomplice. Lin Xian frowned slightly. However, before he could say anything, the black-robed woman beside him spoke. He's not my accomplice. He just lives next door, so he doesn't know anything. Let him go. Let him go. Dream on. The red-robed young master sneered. He lives next door, but he didn't report it and hid the news. That's a capital offense in front of me. And judging by his cultivation, he's just an ant. I'll kill him together. The red-robed young master didn't seem to care about human lives at all. Don't worry, young master. I can kill an ant in an instant. The 4 experts blocked Lin Xian and smiled coldly. Kid, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Next time, when you're reincarnated, be careful and don't go against our young master. One of them emitted a strong aura. He was a half-sage. This aura made the black-robed woman tremble even more. She came to Lin Xian's side and said softly, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I'll attack you with all my might. If you have a chance to escape, do so. I'm really sorry. She apologized again. At this moment, the half-sage's palm in the sky had already slapped down with terrifying flames. The black-robed woman had no choice but to take it head-on. She also slapped out a large black palm, but she was forced back in an instant and spat out a mouthful of blood. The large flaming hand descended from the sky and enveloped both her and Lin Xian. It's over. The black-robed woman looked desperate. She thought she could escape this time, but she fell into the hands of the enemy again. She could imagine that her life would be worse than death from now on. In that case, she might as well commit suicide. She wanted to kill herself, but at this moment, a hand landed on her shoulder, preventing her from doing so. As for his other hand, he gently pointed to the front with his finger. Boom! The large flaming hand descended with an unparalleled aura. The surrounding people sneered. Nothing unexpected would happen when a half-sage attacked. However, the half-sage who attacked screamed. His large flaming hand was injured and was covered with cracks like a mirror. Then it broke open with a loud bang. Blood splattered and dyed the void red. Ah! The miserable scream made people's scalps tingle. The surrounding people's minds went blank. What happened? Their half-sage was injured. How could it be? Could it be that the woman had such means? The black-robed woman was stunned. She didn't expect that someone would help her when she was in despair. Moreover, he broke the half-sage's attack with one blow. And this person was actually the person beside her. Could it be that this person was an expert? She was too shocked. She looked at Lin Xian with a face full of surprise. Lin Xian looked calm, and there was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. Chapter 34:10. Damn it, what are you doing? Catch him! The man in red roared madly behind them. The other 3 experts also looked at the injured half-saint. What's going on? They didn't see what happened at all. The injured powerhouse looked unusually cold. Did that damned woman become stronger all of a sudden? Or did she have a Dharma treasure? From beginning to end, he had not noticed Lin Xian at all, because as far as he was concerned, Lin Xian was merely an ant. After Lin Xian attacked, he sighed in his heart. He knew that this matter wouldn't end well. These people definitely wouldn't stop, so it was only a matter of time before he was exposed. He said to the woman in black next to him, You don't have to apologize to me because you didn't implicate me. On the contrary, I implicated you. You have a chance to escape later. The woman in black was stunned. What does he mean? She said that to him before. Is he also being hunted and his enemy is more powerful than the family of the man in red? She really couldn't understand. Suddenly she was stunned. Could it be that the city of raging fire was sealed because of this person? She was completely stunned at the thought of this. At this moment, the injured half-saint in front of them attacked again. Not only him, but the other half-saint also attacked. They did it just in case. 2 giant palms with tremendous seals loomed over Qin Nan. The woman in black was still stunned and didn't come back to her senses. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a sharp sword qi slashed in all directions, immediately cutting off the arms of the 2 half-saints. When the miserable screams were heard, everyone finally saw it clearly. It wasn't the woman in black who attacked, but the young man next to her. How is this possible? They screamed crazily. Isn't he an ant? How can he be so powerful? Why did he attack? Lin Xian didn't intend to hold back. He waved his sword qi again and killed the 2 injured half-saints. The other 2 half-saints were scared out of their wits. Who is he? They frantically retreated, but in an instant their glabella split open and they were instantly killed. Even before they died, they couldn't figure out who they had offended. The 4 experts fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. Behind him, the red-robed man and his clan members were all shocked and unconsciously took a step back. The red-robed man felt his scalp go numb. Who was the other party? For experts had been killed instantly. Damn it, who exactly were you? Lin Xian ignored the man and looked up at the sky. It was time to leave. Although the black-robed woman didn't know who Lin Xian was, she still said, "Here are 3 void formation abodes. Take them. You might be able to save your life." With that, she handed everything over to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was startled. He wanted to return it, but the red-robed young master suddenly roared, "Let me tell you, my family is very powerful. My brother is a genius of Vermilion Bird Palace. He's in Roaring Flame City right now. Kneel down obediently, kowtow to me, and admit your mistake. Otherwise, I'll tear you to pieces." Noisy! Lin Xian waved his hand, forming 2 storms that slashed forward. "Young master, be careful." The 2 elders beside him roared and hurriedly attacked. However, they were split in half in an instant. In the end, the red-clothed young master was pulled away by someone to avoid this terrifying wind blade. A pitch-black crack appeared where he had been standing. It couldn't be healed at all. The red-robed man trembled. His lower body was soaked. He had wet his pants from fear. What kind of person was this? He was too strong. "Hurry, get my brother here. Let my brother kill him." He couldn't resist at all. Perhaps only the experts of Vermilion Bird Palace could take him down. The people beside him said, "Young master, don't worry. We've already informed the young master." Sure enough, as soon as that voice was heard, a group of people quickly rushed over from afar. The auras of these people were incomparably powerful. The person in the lead was a man. They were all from Vermilion Bird Palace. The red-robed man's sword arrived. The mighty leader immediately exclaimed, "Brother, I'm here. Someone wants to kill me. Hurry up and help me kill him. Who dares to attack my brother?" The leader of the group, the genius man, shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder. In the next moment, when he saw Lin Xian, he frowned. Then he seemed to have thought of something and turned to run. The surrounding people were stunned, ran away. Their young master, the genius of Vermilion Bird Palace, actually ran away? What the hell is going on? The red-robed young master was also stunned. "Brother, why are you leaving? Hurry up and kill this kid." Before he could finish, he saw Lin Xian wave his hand. A sword qi enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The Vermilion Bird Palace team was enveloped in it. Then miserable screams sounded. Those people were cut into pieces. His brother, who he was proud of, also had his head chopped off. What? Seeing the scene, the surrounding people were all dumbfounded. The Vermilion Bird Palace team was instantly killed by the other party. Who was this person? Was he a saint? At that moment, they all retreated. The red-robed man also screamed. Impossible. My brother is a genius. Although he was a half-saint, he was also very powerful. In his heart, he was simply a godlike existence. Their family could flaunt their prowess because of his brother. But now his brother had been killed in an instant. Damn it, Linwoody, you really are here. In the distance, more powerhouses rushed over, roaring crazily. The others went crazy. Linwoody, the person in front of them, was actually Linwoody. The woman in black's heart trembled. It was indeed him. She looked at the figure in front of her. She had long guessed that the other party was very likely the one who caused Blaze City to be sealed. Vermilion Bird Palace was chasing after Linwoody. Now it seemed that it was indeed him. In front, the red-robed young master knelt on the ground with a plop. Linwoody, he actually dared to attack Linwoody. He really did not know what was good for him. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he sneered. Golden light shot into the sky from his body, and his terrifying divine body suppressed in all directions. Since he had been recognized, then he did not intend to hide any more. With a wave of his hand, Sword Chi flew out, cleaving the red-robed young master in half. The surrounding red-robed family members were all split apart. Only the woman in black could survive. Buzz! Lin Xian stomped his foot and charged into the sky. The sealed array formation was shattered by his punch. Then, Lin Xian left Blaze City and flew into the distance. Linwoody, you can't escape. In the distance, the Vermilion Bird Palace martial artists chased after him like crazy. In the ruins below, the woman in black looked at the person above in shock. This was the peerless powerhouse, Linwoody. He was indeed too strong. These families that she could not defeat in her eyes were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye in the other party's hands. This was a true peerless powerhouse. Chapter 34:11. The warriors in the surrounding ruins and the city trembled when they saw this scene. It was their fortune to be able to see Linwoody in action. This was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Lin Xian didn't stop after leaving Blazing Flame City. He knew that the Vermilion Bird Palace experts were rushing over. As expected, the 6 saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace worked together to set up the 6-pointed Vermilion Bird Formation. It covered the entire area and sealed Lin Xian within it. This formation was extremely terrifying. It was an ancient formation passed down from the Vermilion Bird Palace. At this moment, it was used to seal everything. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he couldn't break it. Ha 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 ha, kid, let's see how you escape. The 6 saints laughed at the sky. In the distance, more Vermilion Bird Palace experts arrived and surrounded them. They laughed. The 6-pointed Vermilion Bird Formation was definitely not something a First Heaven Saint could break. Even a Second Heaven Saint couldn't break it. Although they couldn't kill him, they just needed to trap him for a period of time. When their minor saints arrived, they could destroy him. Within the formation, the Vermilion Bird Phantoms circled around, bringing with them a powerful firestorm. Lin Xian attacked a few times and frowned. The formation was very strong and endless. It would be difficult to break it in a short time. Should he use the left hand of the devil? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. There was another way, and that was to ask Heishan. Heishan said, "Didn't the woman in black give you 3 formation talismans? You can try." 3 formation talismans? Lin Xian was stunned. To be honest, he didn't take it to heart. What did Heishan mean? Forget it, let's give it a try. He immediately took out a formation talisman and poured power into it. The array talisman instantly stuck to his body. In the next instant, Lin Xian felt a mysterious force carrying him toward the vanguard. In an instant, he rushed out of the 6-pointed Vermilion Bird Formation. What was going on? Lin Xian was stunned. He flew quickly without stopping. The laughter of the Vermilion Bird Palace people stopped abruptly. Their minds went blank as they watched this scene. The other party suddenly left? What was going on? The 6-pointed Vermilion Bird Formation wasn't broken? Damn it, chase after him. They didn't know what had happened, but they could only give chase. Lin Xian was incomparably shocked. This talisman was too useful. It could actually allow one to escape from such a terrifying array in an instant. But soon he frowned. Something wasn't right. The talisman was so powerful, so why didn't that mysterious woman run away? Brat, you don't understand, do you? Who are you? You're a fiend. Even the saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace are like ants in your hands. But that woman was different. She couldn't even defeat a half-sage. Even if he could use the array talisman to escape, it would definitely attract the attention of others. She might even attract the attention of the Vermilion Bird Palace. At that time, what awaits her would be an endless pursuit. So do you think she dares? That's true. Lin Xian nodded, but when he thought about it, he felt relieved. From the looks of it, this should be his reward for saving the other party. Indeed, if he hadn't made a move at that time, this black-clothed woman would have been dead for sure. He had made a move, and out of gratitude, the black-clothed woman had given him 3 escape items. Kindness really did beget kindness. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He still had 2 array talismans in his hand. In other words, he could still escape the pursuit of the super array 2 more times. Next, Lin Xian used another array talisman to escape the fatal blow. But gradually he stopped using it because there were saints all around him. He was forced to go in one direction. The more he flew, the more familiar he became. This was the Valley of Devil Cultivation. He didn't hesitate and directly rushed into the valley. Behind him, the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace stopped. They densely surrounded the Valley of Devil Cultivation, but no one dared to go in. Their faces became a little ugly. Damn it, how dare that guy go in? He had just returned from the Void Ocean, so he probably didn't know what happened here. What should they do? Should they go in and capture him? What a joke! The experts of the Vermilion Bird Palace felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to go in. There was no other way. They could only wait here. Not long after, 2 powerful figures descended. They were 2 Supreme Elders. They were like mummies, but their auras were unparalleled. They were 2 minor saints. After they arrived, they frowned. Could it be that the kid had entered the Valley of Devil Cultivation? Reporting to the Supreme Elders, that kid has indeed entered the Valley of Devil Cultivation. The surrounding martial artists quickly responded. After the 2 Supreme Elders heard this, their faces turned cold. That damned guy really didn't know what was good for him. They didn't dare to go in rashly. Logically speaking, this scene was really strange. The Valley of Devil Cultivation used to be the training ground of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Lin Xian and some other geniuses had entered the Valley of Devil Cultivation before. But now these saints didn't dare to enter? One had to know that Lin Xian and the others were only half-saints at that time, and they could enter. In fact, something had happened in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. Some time ago, there was a sudden change in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace entered, but there was no follow-up. They had no choice. In the end, they sent a saint, but the saint disappeared. In the end, they could only ask a Supreme Elder, who was also a minor saint, to come. Before, he even stepped into the Valley of Devil Cultivation. He was split in half by an aura. This scared the minor saint so much that he immediately ran back. Even now, his injuries hadn't healed yet. This scene caused an uproar in the Vermilion Bird Palace. The palace master of the Vermilion Bird Palace quickly looked through the ancient records and found a clue. It turned out that in the legends of the Vermilion Bird Palace, the Valley of Devil Cultivation was a terrifying place of death. No one dared to enter the Valley of Devil Cultivation. But for some reason, that place suddenly became less dangerous in the past few thousand years. So many people went in. Gradually, that legend disappeared. But now the minor saint was instantly injured. This made the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace realize that the legend still existed. For some reason, the Valley of Devil Cultivation had become a forbidden place of death. No one could enter. That was why the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were loitering outside. Even the 2 minor saints didn't dare to enter. This was because they had also looked through the ancient records. The terrifying existence that was sealed in the legends was very likely a saint king. A saint king was a very powerful existence. It was much stronger than minor saints like them. A single glance from a saint king could probably kill them. That was why even if they had 10,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to enter. But they were unwilling because the other party had countless secrets. There were 2 great inheritances and the great destruction spear. More importantly, the other party had killed Yin Nantian. But they didn't find anything left behind by Yin Nantian. Yin Nantian was the successor of the great emperor. After his death, his storage ring and the great emperor's inheritance should have fallen. But they didn't find anything. Didn't this mean that the great emperor's inheritance had been taken away by the other party? Chapter 34:12. Thinking of this, their eyes turned red. Damn it, that brat will definitely die if he goes in. He might come out immediately. That's why you guys are guarding here. They were waiting here. However, after 10 days they frowned. No one came out from below. The Valley of Devil Cultivation was still eerily quiet. Could it be that the brat is dead? The 2 minor saints had ordered them to send people to guard all the exits of the Valley of Devil Cultivators. If he comes out from below, report it immediately. Even if he is dead, it doesn't matter. After all, he will die in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. The item is in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. We will go back and study it carefully. After saying this, the 2 minor saints went back. The surrounding people formed an inescapable net and surrounded the valley from afar, to prevent anyone from coming out. Next, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace stood in 4 directions and monitored the Valley of Devil Cultivation, to prevent the brat from escaping. In the Valley of Devil Cultivation, Lin Xian didn't stay after landing. He was going to find a place to hide. He thought of the devil pool last time. He felt that he could use it again. However, he soon frowned. What's going on? No one is chasing after me. He looked around and used his soul force. He found that all the people of Vermilion Bird Palace stopped outside the Valley of Devil Cultivation. What's going on? Could it be that the other party had given up? Lin Xian was shocked, but then he thought that it shouldn't be. How could Vermilion Bird Palace give up chasing after him? Was there another reason? He couldn't figure it out. If they didn't give up, then there was only one possibility. They were afraid of this place. They didn't dare to cultivate in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. What's in the Valley of Devil Cultivation? He was even more shocked. It wasn't the first time he entered the Valley of Devil Cultivation. They could enter when they were half-step saints. Now, even Vermilion Bird Palace sent minor saints, but they didn't dare to enter? What a joke. However, at this time the Black Mountain Great Sage said, "Brat, be careful. I feel that the aura here is unusual. It seems that there is something extraordinary here." Something extraordinary. Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be that something unexpected happened in the Valley of Devil Cultivation? Has it become a very dangerous place? And Vermilion Bird Palace had once suffered a loss here. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Xian gasped. It seemed that this was the only explanation. However, he was very curious. What exactly was the change? He didn't know, but now that the people of Vermilion Bird Palace didn't dare to come in, he could just recuperate here. Perhaps he could even cultivate here. At that moment, Lin Xian was near the fiend pool. He found a place to sit down cross-legged, turned his palms towards the sky, and began cultivating the laws. Originally, the Devil Cultivation Valley was already a bit dark, and at night it was even more foggy. Even the moon couldn't be seen. Lin Xian opened his eyes amidst the eerie aura. He furrowed his brows tightly. This place was indeed unusual. There seemed to be some demonic shadows moving around him. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand, shattering the few black shadows that were approaching him. Those shadows kept rolling and twisting on the ground, letting out sharp screams. Countless shadows flickered, wanting to devour Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted, and the 5 elemental laws turned into chains that wrapped around his body. suppressing everything. The surrounding shadows didn't dare to approach. He didn't expect that someone would dare to come in. At that moment, a faint voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He instantly stood up and looked around. Who was it? Who was playing tricks here? Damn it, this valley of devil cultivation had indeed changed. Such a gloomy voice. Could it be the people of Vermilion Bird Palace? No, if it was the Vermilion Bird Palace, they would have already made a move. They wouldn't scare him like this. His face was gloomy and his divine body emitted light like a sun. However, this valley of devil cultivation was too strange. It could only illuminate a few meters around him. Beyond that, it couldn't illuminate anything. It was no wonder that he dared to come here. However, this little bit of cultivation was not enough to deal with him. Were they sent by the Vermilion Bird Palace? Were they still unwilling to give up? This voice was even colder than before. Moreover, Lin Xian couldn't tell where it was coming from. It seemed that this was an expert. Lin Xian took a deep breath. I was chased by the Vermilion Bird Palace and was forced to come here. I didn't know that Senior was resting here and disturbed you. I hope you can forgive me. Don't worry, Junior has already left and won't disturb you. With that, Lin Xian turned around and wanted to leave. You want to leave just like that? Just as Lin Xian turned around, a faint voice came from behind him. This time, Lin Xian heard it not far behind him. Thus his body stiffened and he turned around. A mysterious rune appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he saw it. A person was leaning against a tree near the devil altar. She was a slender woman with long black hair that reached her waist. She had a beautiful face that carried a hint of seduction. She stretched out her slender hand and held a flower between her fingers. It was a white flower that was as white as jade. Compared to the surrounding black, it was extremely strange. Was this the person? Lin Xian was extremely surprised. Was this the mysterious expert? However, it didn't seem like it. It was an extremely beautiful and mysterious woman. Seeing that Lin Xian was in a daze, the mysterious woman in front of him turned around with a smile on her face. Was it beautiful? Buzz! Lin Xian quickly retracted his gaze. He felt his soul stirring. Wasn't this person too terrifying? Just her voice alone had almost caused his soul to sink. Fortunately, his willpower was strong, and he had the great dragon sword soul. Otherwise, if it were any other First Heaven sage, their souls would have been scattered and their bodies and souls would have been destroyed. I was too abrupt. Lin Xian hurriedly retracted his gaze. He wasn't affected. The mysterious woman in front was even more curious. Her gaze had a demonic glint. She looked at him with great interest. Little kid, you look very young. You've reached the sage realm at such a young age. Moreover, it's rare to see such a strong soul. Tell me, what is your identity? Senior, you flatter me. With my cultivation level, I can't even withstand a single blow from you. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. Was this person probing him? He wasn't stupid enough to say everything. Sigh, another dishonest fellow. Since that's the case, you can stay here and accompany me. Anyway, I'm quite bored here. The mysterious woman said faintly. Lin Xian quickly shook his head. I won't disturb you any longer. I still have things to do. Goodbye. With that, he rose into the air and flew into the distance. Chapter 34:13. Right now, he would rather face the Vermilion Bird Palace's sage than this mysterious woman. Seeing this scene, the mysterious woman didn't say anything. Instead, she gently swayed the white, demonic flower in her hand. Those white petals danced in the air, turning into countless rays of light that flew towards Lin Xian. In an instant, it cut off his path. Lin Xian's movement technique was exceptional. He instantly changed his direction. However, no matter where he went, there was a white flower in front of him. Moreover, the aura of those white petals was too terrifying. His instincts told him that he couldn't take it head-on. Thus, Lin Xian could only follow the path that the mysterious woman had set for him and retreat step by step. He once again arrived near the devil pond. He sighed. Senior, I really didn't mean to disturb you. Please be magnanimous. Ha! After hearing this, the mysterious woman suddenly laughed. Her laughter was very beautiful. However, in Lin Xian's eyes, it made his hair stand on end. He asked, Senior, why are you laughing? The mysterious woman laughed. I'm laughing because you're stupid. How many times have you called me senior? Unfortunately, I'm the same age as you. What? The same age? Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be that you're also from the younger generation? How is that possible? She's so strange and her methods are so terrifying. How can she be from the younger generation? Seeing Lin Xian's astonished expression, the mysterious woman immediately laughed. Why? You don't believe me? Then do you think I'm very old? To tell you the truth, I might be a little older than you. However, we're definitely from the same generation. As for my strength, I might be stronger than you, because my family's origin is very strong. Thus, I'm not a senior. I'm here to explore the Devil Cultivation Valley. However, there's a change in the Devil Cultivation Valley. Thus, after entering, I can't leave. Do you think that I can leave just because I didn't stop you just now? Why don't you try and see if you can walk out now? What's going on? I really can't leave the Devil Cultivation Valley? Lin Xian gave it a try. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Indeed, there seemed to be an illusion formation around him. Moreover, it was very exquisite. He walked a few steps and almost got lost. If not for the white flower that brought him back, Lin Xian would not have been able to return to the Devil's Pool. So, do you believe me now? It was easy to enter the Devil Cultivation Valley, but difficult to leave. I've been trapped for a while now. Then what did you mean when you mentioned the Vermilion Bird Palace? Lin Xian asked again. The mysterious woman smiled. Well, when I came here, I also met people from the Vermilion Bird Palace. They seemed to be searching as well, and there was a bit of a conflict. However, all of the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace that entered were killed by the demonic shadows. It turned out to be like this. Lin Xian took a deep breath. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. This woman's strength was not weaker than his, but she was still unable to leave. In that case, wouldn't he be unable to leave as well? The woman smiled and said, No, I can't go out because I can't break the formation here. Because what I'm cultivating is somewhat similar to the demonic sect. The aura here is very similar. I'm also here to look for opportunities. You're different. Looking at your physique just now, it should be the type of extreme yang that counters demonic qi. You're the most suitable person to break the formation. As long as you break the formation, the two of us will be able to escape. Break the formation? Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked around. This formation was not simple. It would probably take a lot of time to break it. It seems that we won't be able to leave in a short time. The woman said it won't take too long. Although I cultivate the demonic Tao, I'm not a cultivator. Although I'm cultivating the Devil Cultivation Valley, I've found a few flaws through my research. As long as you follow my method, I guarantee that we'll be able to leave within 3 days. Oh, what flaws? This formation is set up with heaven, earth, black, and yellow as the foundation. Therefore, there are 4 key points of the formation. As long as one of them is broken, the balance of the formation will be completely broken. Then we'll be able to leave. As she spoke, she stretched out her slender fingers and pointed in the 4 directions. As she pointed, 4 rays of light lit up in the 4 directions. Use your physique to attack any one of them. As long as you can blast it away, we'll be able to leave. A peerless formation formed with heaven, earth, black, and yellow as the foundation. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. With his back facing the mysterious woman, he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked at the 4 light spots. In the next moment, he was stunned. Under the heavenly secret divine eyes, he seemed to have seen through everything. There were 4 stone steels where the 4 light spots were. The 4 stone steels had the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise engraved on them. For divine beasts and heaven, earth, black and yellow. This is not an ordinary formation. Lin Xian was shocked. What is this Valley of Devil cultivation hiding? It needs such a formation to suppress it. But at this moment, the mysterious woman spoke again. What are you hesitating for? Don't you want to leave? Fine, I'll give it a try. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He really did want to leave. His body shone brightly as he prepared to attack. But at this moment, he inadvertently saw a glimmer of hope in the mysterious woman's eyes. What kind of light was that? Although it was only for a moment, Lin Xian clearly captured it with his heavenly secret divine eyes. Something's not right. Lin Xian was shocked. That gaze is too strange. It doesn't look like she's been trapped for a few months. It's as if she's been trapped for thousands of years. At the same time, a ball of doubt rose in his heart. Is this woman really like me, a peerless genius from the outside world, trapped here? The other party's aura gave him a creepy feeling, especially the great dragon sword soul in his body. It also looked as if it was facing a great enemy. This made him very surprised. When he faced a small saint, he didn't have such a reaction. Is there something wrong with this woman? Thinking of this, Lin Xian withdrew his hand and didn't attack. The mysterious woman behind him was also stunned. What's wrong? Did something happen? Oh! I was chased all the way by the Vermilion Bird Palace and consumed a lot of energy. Let me recover for a while. With that, Lin Xian found a place, sat down, and was about to cultivate. He wanted to see what was so strange about this mysterious woman. As soon as he sat down, the mysterious woman said, "Cultivate? I have something that can help you recover. Why don't you use it?" She threw out a black fruit. The fruit was pitch black and covered with patterns. It looked like a venomous snake crawling on it. Lin Xian was shocked. 10,000-year-old black serpent fruit. It was a very rare spirit fruit. Although it looked black and poisonous, there was no poison at all. Moreover, its recovery effect was surprisingly good, not to mention that it was a 10,000-year-old fruit. Who is this person? She just casually threw him a 10,000-year-old spirit fruit. Chapter 34:14. Lin Xian accepted it without hesitation and swallowed it. He wasn't afraid of being poisoned. The great dragon's sword soul could destroy any poison. Sure enough, it didn't take long for his strength to recover to its peak. Can we begin? The mysterious woman asked again. Lin Xian said, My strength has recovered, but I don't want to go out yet, because the Vermilion Bird Palace must be guarding outside. If I go out, it'll be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. So I plan to stay here for a while and cultivate. When I'm strong enough, or when the Vermilion Bird Palace loses their patience, I'll leave. Kid, do you really want to stay here forever? The mysterious woman asked in a low voice. Don't worry, I can't stay here forever. After 8 to 10 years, the people outside the Vermilion Bird Palace will lose their patience. I'm going out. Lin Xian said with a smile. It's just the Vermilion Bird Palace. I don't care about it. Help me break the array, and I'll help you destroy the surrounding Vermilion Bird Palace people. Looks like you're in a hurry to go out. Lin Xian glanced at her and revealed a faint smile. The mysterious woman snorted. Why don't you want to go out? To be honest, I really don't want to go out now. Lin Xian shrugged and sat back down. Damn kid. The mysterious woman took a step forward, and her aura enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian shuddered. Why do you want to force me? I don't want to do this either, but you're the one who forced me. As expected, Lin Xian sneered. The mysterious woman was stunned. Then she said, Did you see through me? If that's the case, then it doesn't matter. As long as I catch you, I have 100 ways to make you obediently break the array. She waved her hand, and a ray of divine light shot into the sky and swept towards Lin Xian. It was like an immortal binding rope that wanted to bind Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly retreated and threw out a 5-colored palm surrounded by laws. With a boom, The divine light collided with each other. However, his five-colored palm was shattered. Lin Xian was shocked. His opponent was too terrifying. He quickly dodged. Useless brat. You're just an ant in front of me. You can't dodge at all. The mysterious woman revealed a cold smile. Lin Xian frowned. At this moment, Black Mountain said, Brat, it's useless. Use your trump card. She's not an ordinary person. She's a Saint King. Sage King. Lin Xian's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Previously, Heishan hadn't said anything. He thought that something had happened to Heishan. Who would have thought that Black Mountain would reveal the crux of the matter at this time? Sage King. The woman in front of them was actually a Sage King that was in existence second only to the Great Sage. Although Black Mountain was also a great sage, he was only a remnant soul of a great sage. His true strength might not even be as strong as Lin Xian. However, this mysterious woman was different. From the looks of it, it should be a living Sage King. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt like his scalp was about to explode. Damn it, there's actually a living Sage King in the Demon Cultivation Valley. No wonder the small saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace didn't dare to enter. This was definitely an existence that could kill everything in an instant. In the next moment, he was no longer careless. In front of a Sage King, there was no way for him to escape. With a cold shout, he took out the great sage Dharma idol and blocked in front of him. Then he channeled his energy into it. With a whoosh, the great sage Dharma idol released an aura of righteousness and blocked the attack that was like a divine light. Buzz! The divine light was repelled, and the great sage Dharma idol shook. Lin Xian's blood boiled, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly suppressed it, and at the same time he looked in front of him in shock. He blocked it. The mysterious woman in front of him also revealed a trace of surprise. She looked over with her beautiful eyes. A great sage Dharma idol. You actually have such a thing. No wonder you can block it. She laughed. If it's a living great sage, I'm no match for it. However, a great sage Dharma idol is nothing in my eyes. As expected of a Sage King, she indeed has the confidence to say such words. Lin Xian said coldly as he supported the great sage Dharma idol with one hand. Oh, you know about my background? The mysterious woman was surprised, and then she smiled. When she smiled, it was as if the darkness around her had disappeared. Since you know, then cooperate obediently. That way you'll suffer less. Don't joke around. Since there's a formation here to seal you, it means that you're an extremely terrifying demon. If I let you out, who knows what kind of chaos it'll be outside. Besides, once you get out, you might kill me. I won't do such a stupid thing. Also, according to my speculation, although the formation seal is powerful, it should be used to deal with you. My divine body is of the purest yang, so it's not impossible for me to get out. Kid, you guessed right. I am indeed a Sage King, and this array formation is also used to seal me. Those who entered the Vermilion Bird Palace before were all killed by me. If you want to leave, these formations won't stop you, but can you leave? Although you have the great sage Dharma idol, it's very easy for me to capture you. As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying light surged from her body, and the entire void shattered. Lin Xian's body sank, as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. His legs couldn't help but tremble, and he wanted to kneel. Damn it! With a roar of rage, the great dragon sword soul within his body roared, forcefully resisting the urge to kneel and kowtow. At the same time, cold sweat dripped from his head. Was this the power of a Sage King? Just her aura alone was enough to make him unable to resist. You can actually resist the might of a Sage King. Interesting, but it's not enough. You're too inexperienced. At this point, the aura on her body became terrifying again. Lin Xian roared and slammed his palm on the great sage Dharma idol. The great sage Dharma idol shone brightly, and the righteous chi formed a seal that blasted in all directions, completely enveloping him. A mere Dharma idol was useless. The mysterious woman pointed with her finger, and endless laws turned into balls of divine chains that wrapped around the great sage's hair. Suddenly, the righteous chi of heaven and earth disappeared. Lin Xian felt the pressure suddenly increase. He was forced to retreat continuously from the attacks. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and the cracks on his body were terrifying. At this moment, a strange white color appeared in the mysterious woman's eyes, like a white vortex. She looked at Lin Xian and said at the same time, "Illusion soul." Not good. When he saw the white pupils in her eyes, Lin Xian's expression changed. This was an illusion. It was a soul attack, and it was the soul attack of a sage king. He definitely couldn't fall for it. But he was still too late. In an instant he froze on the spot, and his soul seemed to be sucked into the white vortex. There was a voice in his mind telling him to kneel, submit, and become a slave. Chapter 34:15. The scene was too bizarre. Lin Xian's body was drenched in cold sweat. He had used the eye technique before. When he activated the heavenly secret divine eyes, his opponent would kneel down and become his slave. But now he was facing the same illusion. And the one who used it was the Sage King. Damn it! Lin Xian's eyes suddenly burst with golden light. He had activated the heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. Golden flames burned fiercely. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared and turned into a dragon shadow, destroying the white vortex. In the next moment, Lin Xian roared. Thousands of sword chi rushed out of his body, and more cracks appeared on his body. But he did not submit, nor was he affected by the illusion. Is this the Sage King? It's really powerful, but I'm not a pushover either. Lin Xian roared. His voice was like a real dragon, resounding in all directions. Opposite him, the mysterious woman's face darkened. Who knows if he's dead or alive? She was furious. A first heaven sage was no different from an ant in front of her. But now, this ant dared to jump around in front of her for such a long time? Everything should end now. The white light in her eyes became even more dazzling. The white vortex kept spinning and turned into two white demonic flowers. The golden runes formed by the heavenly secret divine eyes were also shattered. Golden blood flowed out of Lin Xian's eyes. Ah! Lin Xian roared to the sky. The blood in his body boiled. The great dragon sword soul merged with him, and the peerless sword light destroyed everything. Although there were more injuries on his body, he was still not affected by the eye technique. Unless you kill me, don't ever think of making me submit. Lin Xian's voice was extremely sharp. Seeing this scene, the mysterious woman was also stunned. What a sharp aura! Her eye technique just now seemed to have subdued a small saint. He would become her slave, but the first heaven ant in front of her was unharmed. Although he was injured all over, his eyes were extremely clear. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? A terrifying killing intent appeared on her body, instantly forming a killing array. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were shattering. The Sage King was too powerful. Lin Xian's body was bleeding profusely. He laughed coldly and said, "Fine, then kill me. If you kill me, you can forget about leaving this place for the rest of your life." On the other side, the mysterious woman's expression was gloomy. Indeed, one needed to have an extremely masculine physique to break through the formation. It wasn't easy for her to wait for one. If she really killed him now, it would be very troublesome for her to get out again. She might have to wait for another few thousand years. In the next moment, she withdrew her murderous aura. With a wave of his hand, the divine chains of law wrapped around Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian's injuries were healed. "Tell me, kid, what are your conditions? Feel free to mention it. What do you think? That's why you're helping me?" Lin Xian's face was a little pale. He was really shocked by the strength of a Sage King. With just a raise of his hand, he was able to recover from such serious injuries in an instant. It was truly shocking. After calming himself down, he asked, "Who are you? Why are you sealed here?" If she was a demon, he wouldn't let her out even if he was beaten to death. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just him. Everyone would suffer. "I'm Patriarch Dongfang. You wouldn't know my name even if I told you," the mysterious woman said in a deep voice. Her gaze became ancient, as if she had experienced endless years. "As for why I'm trapped here, of course, I was framed by despicable and shameless people. That's why I'm sealed here. 38,000 years ago, I became a sage king and dominated the ancient path of the starry sky. Everyone thought highly of me and thought that I could enter the supreme sage realm within 1,000 years. It wasn't impossible for me to become a great emperor in the future, but in the end, I was framed by a few friends. They used the supreme sage's corpse to make poison and made me consume it. Then they sealed me in a bronze coffin and sent me to this demonic pool. Then those people set up a peerless formation and sealed this place. Even if I wake up, I'll be trapped here forever." At this point, monstrous killing intent rose from the other party's body again. This time, the killing intent was 100 times stronger than before. That place had completely turned into nothingness. Lin Xian's hair stood on end. Fortunately, the killing intent wasn't directed at him. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. She was framed? Moreover, it was 38,000 years ago. Could it be she had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years? No wonder the Valley of Demon Cultivation wasn't too dangerous before. Now that she had woken up, this place had become a land of death. What should he say? She was also a pitiful woman. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. However, at this moment, Heishan transmitted his voice. "Kid, don't let your emotions get the better of you. No matter how pitiful she is, she's still a sage king. You can't be careless at all. Hurry up and state your request. The most important thing is to get benefits." Heishan was indeed a remnant soul of a supreme sage. He could still maintain his rationality at this time. Lin Xian took a deep breath and nodded. He naturally knew. Therefore he said, "I can help you break the seal, but I have 2 requests. Speak." The mysterious woman suddenly smiled. The vicissitudes of life in her eyes disappeared. The killing intent that filled the sky also disappeared. He really didn't know if the story just now was true or if she made it up. However, Lin Xian couldn't care less. He said in a low voice, "The first request is that you swear on your life that you won't kill me. The second request is that you must teach me one of your ultimate techniques." After saying this, Lin Xian looked at the other party nervously. After all, she was a sage king. This level was too far away for him. She was like a high and mighty god. Therefore, he had to be careful. The mysterious woman nodded after hearing this. "Kid, you are very rational. You know that these 2 requests aren't too much. Indeed, the first request is to protect your life. This is the most basic. The second request is to learn an ultimate technique. This is equivalent to the reward for breaking the seal." Therefore, the mysterious woman said, "I swear on my life that I won't kill you after I break free. Otherwise, I will be struck by heavenly lightning. My body and soul will be destroyed, and I will never be able to reincarnate." After hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This kind of oath couldn't be made casually, especially when one reached the Sage King realm. Every word and sentence was the law of heaven and earth. If one violated it, it would definitely lead to an unexpected disaster. Therefore, he knew that his life was saved. Next, his eyes were burning. What kind of ultimate technique would the other party teach him? The other party was a Sage King. The ultimate technique in the other party's hands would definitely not be weak. Even if it couldn't be compared to the inheritance of a supreme sage, it wouldn't be far off. If you want to learn my ultimate technique, you have to break the seal first. Once you break it, I will teach you, the mysterious woman said. Chapter 34:16. Hearing this, Lin Xian became anxious. No, you have to teach it to me first. Although she promised not to kill him, he wouldn't be able to catch up with her if she left after breaking the seal. Where could he find her in the future? Therefore, Lin Xian decisively refused. You dare to question me? The mysterious woman's face darkened. A small ant dared to challenge her dignity again and again? If it was any other time, she could easily kill him with a breath. But now, she couldn't do anything. That was because she still needed to rely on him to break the formation. Therefore, she could only say patiently, "Good boy, no one has ever dared to challenge me like this. You are the first. Your courage is commendable. Fine, I will teach you the ultimate technique first. I am not afraid that you will go back on your word." Hearing this, Lin Xian was expressionless, but he rolled his eyes in his heart. Nonsense. You have been sleeping for tens of thousands of years. It would be strange if you could see a ghost. He knew that he was her last hope because there were very few people in the universe with a physique like his. If she missed one, who knew how many years she would have to wait? The mysterious woman looked at Lin Xian. Just now I saw that your physique was extremely masculine and had a sun-like illusion. It should be the divine nine-yang physique. The divine nine-yang physique is famous in the universe. Therefore, I will not teach you about body cultivation. Your soul and eye techniques are not bad. Moreover, you can use sword chi. You should be a swordsman. I can teach you soul eye techniques, or I can teach you sword techniques. You can choose one of them. Your sword chi is too sharp. Even I am a little moved. You should have a treasure in your body, right? I wonder what it is. Saying this, the mysterious woman looked at Lin Xian and smiled. Lin Xian's scalp went numb. As expected of the Sage King, she could see through his characteristics in an instant. Divine body, soul, and sword chi. These were all his strengths. The secret of the divine nine-yang physique had been discovered by the other party. It was better to hide the secret of the great dragon sword soul. So he said, "Yes, I am indeed a swordsman. Moreover, what I comprehended is the will of sword Tao." As he spoke, he hurriedly displayed several strands of sword chi law. Of course, Lin Xian himself was not a sword Tao law, but the great dragon sword soul could simulate everything, so it should be possible to deceive a Saint King, unless the Saint King investigated carefully. The other party only glanced at him for a moment before ignoring him. How about this? I'll teach you a sword technique that can increase your attack power. That way, your battle prowess will increase, and you'll be able to fight above your level. Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. There was no need. He already had the great dragon sword soul. So why would he need to use his opponent's secret technique to increase his battle prowess? Therefore, he quickly shook his head. Refused to learn? The woman in black was stunned. To be honest, she was a Saint King. Which of the ultimate techniques she took out were not earth-shattering. In the outside world, those sages would definitely fight to the death. But now, this kid in the first celestial layer in front of him actually didn't want to learn. He even showed a look of disdain. How infuriating. Then I'll teach you a set of palm techniques. I refuse to learn. I refuse to learn. Lin Xian shook his head. Next, the mysterious woman's face was full of black lines. She said 3 ultimate techniques in a row, but the other party directly shook his head and refused. This made her so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Damn kid, what do you want? Senior, you really don't have any sincerity at all. I'm taking a great risk to break the array formation to let you out. Who knows if your story just now is true? You're actually teaching me such an ordinary divine ability? Can't you teach me some of your inherited martial arts? Speaking of this, Lin Xian had a trace of hope. Kid, you're actually coveting my inherited martial arts. The woman in black was furious. If she took out her inheritance, even Saint Kings of the same level would be jealous. How could she teach it to him? All right, kid, I'll teach you a true ultimate technique then. Although this isn't my inheritance, Its power is definitely not weaker than mine. You should be satisfied this time. Oh, it's not weaker than the Saint King's inheritance? Lin Xian was surprised. What kind of divine ability is this? This divine ability was called stellar transposition. Stellar transposition? Lin Xian was stunned. Inside the moon-shaped pendant, Black Mountain exclaimed as if he had thought of something. Kid, use your full strength to attack me, the mysterious woman said. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard that. Then he said, All right, I won't hold back then. He threw out a 5-colored palm that carried the 5 elements law and blasted forward. The mysterious woman drew a circle with her palm. It was unknown what kind of power she used, but the 5 elements palm was actually repelled by her. With an even more terrifying power, it charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian jumped in fright and hurriedly dodged. Only then did he manage to dodge. What's going on? He was too surprised. From the looks of it, it was as if the other party had also thrown out a 5-colored palm. Lin Xian had the great dragon's sword soul. Perhaps he could really do that. However, the other party shouldn't be able to do that. Then what's going on? The mysterious woman said. Do you see it? This is stellar transposition. No matter what kind of divine ability it is, it can be reflected back to you. It can even hit the target you want to hit. How is it? Isn't this divine ability powerful? Indeed, it's very magical. Lin Xian was tempted. However, he was curious. He wondered if the great dragon sword soul could be broken. He didn't dare to try because he didn't want to expose the secret of his great dragon sword soul. All right, I'll learn it. Lin Xian nodded. Next, the mysterious woman began to teach stellar transposition to Lin Xian. Stellar transposition had a very short outline, only about 100 words. However, the core of it was only 2 words. It was to turn and move. That was the most important thing. It could convert the opponent's power back or move it to another place. That was the mystery of stellar transposition. This move, when practiced to the end, was really too powerful. For example, this mysterious woman could even move the laws when she used stellar transposition. It could be said that its power was unfathomable. Lin Xian was only surprised at first. After all, he had 2 great inheritances, and he didn't care about ordinary ones. However, the more he cultivated, the more shocked he became. This was simply too powerful. It was definitely not weaker than the 9-yang divine body. At this time, He Shan transmitted his voice. Of course, this was because the person who created stellar transposition eventually became a great emperor. What? This was created by a great emperor? Lin Xian was shocked after hearing this. In that case, this should be an emperor divine ability. Lin Xian was too shocked. He didn't expect that Yan Nantian would obtain an emperor-grade mystique in the Devil Cultivation Valley, even though he didn't obtain the Hanggu inheritance. After knowing this, he cultivated even more wholeheartedly. During this time, he even pestered the mysterious woman to explain it. The personal guidance of a sage king would definitely benefit him greatly. Chapter 34:17. Therefore, Lin Xian's progress was very fast. Later on, he didn't need her guidance anymore. He just created a clone and started practicing. Lin Xian became more and more familiar with it. In the end, even the mysterious woman was a little surprised. What's going on with this kid? She was too surprised. Although stellar transposition looked simple, it was very difficult to master. After all, this was an emperor-level ability. Its origin was definitely extraordinary. Even a sage wouldn't be able to master it without hundreds of years. But Lin Xian actually managed to master it in such a short period of time. Although compared to her, it was still thousands of miles away. However, this kind of cultivation speed really shocked her to the core. He's a genius, a peerless genius. His talent is too good. Why do I see the shadow of a young great emperor in him? The mysterious woman was a little dazed, but then she shook her head. Great emperor? That was a supreme existence. It wasn't something that just anyone could achieve. How many talented people had died on their way here? Countless great sages were filled with despair at that step, so no one could guarantee that they wouldn't reach it. Although the young man in front of her was talented, he was still far from reaching that step. All right, this ability isn't something that can be mastered in a day or two. So now you should start breaking the seal, the mysterious woman urged. She had been trapped here for too long. She wanted to get out quickly. Lin Xian didn't immediately start. Instead, he said, "Senior, although I can help you break the formation, what about after? You can leave, but I'll still be chased by the Vermilion Bird Palace. Even if you help me destroy those people near the Demon Cultivation Valley, as long as the Vermilion Bird Palace isn't destroyed, I'll still be threatened. So, why don't you teach me another secret art? I'm only saying this to protect myself. This is definitely the last time. I won't ask for anything in the future." The mysterious woman's face sank. Stellar transposition was already very powerful. It was an emperor-level ability, but she didn't expect him to want another one. However, after thinking about it, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. "All right, then I'll give you another set of ultimate techniques. But this is the last time. If you dare to make any demands of me, I will kill you directly. Even if I don't go out, I won't be threatened by others." A sage king had the dignity of a sage king. This mysterious woman would probably do as she said. Lin Xian said, "Senior, don't worry. All right, then I'll teach you another eye technique called Emerald Tide." This was an attack type eye technique. It was extremely terrifying. Speaking up to this point, green Dao patterns suddenly appeared in the mysterious woman's eyes. They were densely packed, and the entire color had turned green. It was extremely strange. As for Lin Xian, he could feel his soul beating wildly. Danger and absolute danger. This eye technique was simply too terrifying. It could kill without leaving a trace. Next, the mysterious woman transmitted the ocular technique, Sound of the Jade Tide, to Lin Xian. Lin Xian practiced it briefly and discovered that this eye technique was also extremely profound. It was impossible to master it in a short period of time. Right now, he had only scratched the surface. However, the mysterious woman had already urged him again. Lin Xian simply stood up and said, "Senior, I'll start breaking the array now." He walked to the front and activated his 9-yang divine constitution. The light on his body was like a sun. Then, the surrounding ghostly aura spread out and the array formation appeared. The array formation was branded in the void. One look at it could make one faint. This was a peerless array formation set up by the combined efforts of supreme experts. However, the mysterious woman had stayed here for so long that she had long studied this array formation thoroughly. In addition to Lin Xian's divine constitution, it was not a problem to break this array formation. Indeed, not long after, one of the stone tablets suddenly shattered. The surrounding array formation also spread out and countless cracks appeared. "That's great." Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. However, he was soon stunned. This was because he discovered that after the array formation shattered, the mysterious woman was not happy. The mysterious woman was not happy. Instead, she frowned. He also saw something different. Although the array formation had shattered, the surroundings were filled with a more terrifying aura. A few figures stood there in an eerie manner. Their auras were even more terrifying than the previous array formation. Could it be that they still had a backup plan? Who exactly were these people? Why would they go to such lengths to seal the mysterious woman? The mysterious woman glanced at the 4 figures with a grin. How ruthless! Daring to use the corpses of the sacred spirits to suppress me after the array formation is broken. Unfortunately, once the Heaven-Earth Arcane Yellow Formation is broken, the corpses of the sacred spirits will not be able to suppress me. Kid, lend me a hand. Saying this, Lin Xian's body shuddered as he lost control of his body. What? Lin Xian was startled. He tried to resist, but the mysterious woman's voice echoed in his ears. "Don't resist. I won't do anything to you." I need to borrow your yang energy to break the formation. You won't be able to break these sacred spirits now, so let me do it. Lin Xian did not resist after hearing this. In the next moment, his arm was raised. A golden sword qi soared into the sky. It was burning with the 9 suns' divine flame, releasing an unparalleled strength of yang. What kind of sword is this? Lin Xian's heart pounded wildly. The power was too strong, like a golden heavenly sword. The sword cut through the entire sky. The corpses of the 4 sacred spirits roared crazily. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the power of the attack. A minor saint was instantly turned into ashes under such an attack. This was the power of a sage king. He could not block it at all. No wonder the mysterious woman wanted to help him. Although the power of the sacred spirits was terrifying with an extremely evil aura, the mysterious woman's method was even more terrifying. A golden sword was swept out by her, instantly killing the corpses of the 4 sacred spirits. Countless cracks appeared between heaven and earth. The surging power made Lin Xian breathe instinctively. Boom! 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 In the end, the entire valley of devil cultivation was torn apart. Terrifying demonic qi soared into the sky. At this moment, the valley of devil cultivation was completely destroyed. This was a land of death. Even minor saints did not dare to come here. However, the mysterious woman's attack had completely destroyed it. This was absolute power. Kid, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Maybe we'll meet again one day. The mysterious woman soared into the sky and turned into a black light. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw this scene. Outside the valley of devil cultivation, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace were completely stunned. What's going on? Why is there a change in the valley of devil cultivation? Suddenly, a violent energy rushed over and sent all of them flying. Many of them were saints. They were worried that they would be sent flying and vomited blood. Their faces were filled with fear. Damn it, is the change in the valley of devil cultivation even more terrifying? Chapter 34:18. The young disciples were so scared that their scalps went numb. Suddenly, one of them knelt on the ground, trembling. Look, it's the demon cultivation valley. The others took a closer look and sucked in a breath of cold air. A cross-shaped crack appeared in the middle of the demon cultivation valley. The entire valley was split into 4 halves. Boundless demonic energy rolled in, covering the entire sky. What happened? The people in the demon cultivation valley were stunned. They even forgot to send a message to the Grand Elder. At this moment, a ray of light streaked across the sky, bringing with it a boundless wave of energy. Not good. Someone came out of the demon cultivation valley. Could it be Lin Wuti? Many people wanted to rush forward, but in the next moment, any martial saint who came close would be torn into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. That black ray of light was too terrifying. Everything in its path turned into ashes. Run, run. The remaining Vermilion Bird Palace martial artists ran away like crazy. They knew that it wasn't Lin Wuti. This was an extremely terrifying existence. Perhaps it was the legendary existence that was sealed in the Devil Cultivation Valley. After the black ray of light left for a long time, they let out a sigh of relief. Although the surrounding aura was still terrifying, the destructive aura had disappeared. They knew that the terrifying existence had left. Didn't that mean that they could enter the Demon Cultivation Valley? Thinking of this, their eyes lit up. But in the next moment, they screamed. It's him. He's there. They discovered that a figure had emerged from the Demon Cultivation Valley below. That figure was like a sun god, and his entire body was burning with golden flames. Lin Wuti, it's him. He's still alive, and he's coming out now. Go, catch him. Don't let him leave. The surrounding Vermilion Bird Palace people quickly surrounded him. The weaker ones were far away, notifying the headquarters. As for the stronger sages, they were attacking in a frenzy. One of the sages spat out countless fire elemental laws. forming a flame that kept spinning, enveloping Lin Xian. It couldn't withstand a single blow. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the 5 elemental laws extinguished the fire. At this moment, a figure dashed over from afar. "Die, kid." As soon as this figure appeared, it brought with it a powerful saint aura, a saint of the second heaven. These vermilion bird palace martial practitioners were all excited. That's great, even though their Grand Supreme Elder hasn't arrived yet. However, a saint of the second heaven had arrived. After all, no matter how strong Lin Wuti was, he was only a saint in the first heaven. The difference between the realms of each heaven of a saint was extremely huge. It was a chasm that could not be crossed. The other party was dead for sure. "Kid, it's all over." The second-level sage was a middle-aged man. With a wave of his hand, the nomological laws on his body formed a large cauldron. He quickly rushed over. The cauldron was incomparably heavy, suppressing everything. Lin Xian roared. The 5 elemental laws formed a law sword that turned into a stream of light and slashed out. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out as the 2 nomological powers collided with each other, emitting a sonorous sound. The void in the sky shattered and the laws danced. The flaming cauldron was actually blocked. The surrounding vermilion bird palace people screamed as if they had gone mad. How was that possible? They were all stunned. That was a saint of the second heaven. Against a saint of the first heaven, he would definitely be instantly killed. Even if he was lucky enough not to die, he would be seriously injured. But now, Lin Wuti actually blocked the attack of a saint of the second heaven. This was simply too inconceivable. Damn it, what was he doing? Perhaps that vermilion bird palace saint of the second heaven was also extremely shocked. An ant was actually able to block his attack. Damn it, I don't believe it. You must be burning your life force. He roared and struck again. The flaming cauldron burned fiercely, and 2 vermilion birds appeared on it. As they circled around each other, its power increased again. Lin Xian shouted coldly and struck with 9 suns open heaven. It collided with the other party's divine power once again. The 2 collided and sparks flew. Lin Xian retreated, but the saint of the second heaven felt his arm go numb, and his face was filled with shock. The other party really blocked it. Damn it, how was that possible? The other saints of the first heaven were furious. The 3 saints of the first heaven also quickly charged forward. However, they were swept away by the other party's leg. The other party's leg carried a boundless aura of wind and clouds. The 5 elemental laws surrounded it, and all kinds of terrifying energy rushed over. The 3 of them were forced to retreat. However, at this moment, a flying sword flew over. The flying sword was not big, only 1 meter long. The aura it carried was too terrifying, as if it could penetrate everything in the world. The law of death. It was a move that was specially made for killing. Moreover, the power of the law of the person who attacked was very terrifying. He was also a saint of the second heaven. Another saint of the second heaven had descended. Moreover, he attacked with a fatal blow. His target was Lin Xian's neck. He could instantly cut off Lin Xian's head. Not good. Lin Xian was shocked, but he was not worried. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Stellar transposition. On his finger, the divine chains of laws circled and drew a 5-colored semicircle in the air. Immediately, the flying sword was repelled by the semicircle. It charged back at an even faster speed. With a scream sounded. Immediately after, an arm fell from the sky. Then there was a crazy scream. Damn, kid, how could it be? I'll kill you. I'll tear you into pieces. What happened? Everyone was stunned. Under such a fatal blow, shouldn't Lin Wuti die without a doubt? But why was it that the one screaming was not Lin Wuti, but their king from afar? An old man walked out from afar. He was wearing a vermilion bird robe, and one of his arms was dripping with blood. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace were dumbfounded. A saint of the second heaven. Another saint of the second heaven. Moreover, he was injured by the other party in an instant. What the hell was going on? That old man's face was terrifyingly gloomy. His arm was naturally cut off by his own flying sword. But why did his flying sword come back? Moreover, it caught him off guard, so his big arm was cut off by the other party. Lin Xian's face was also filled with shock. Was this the stellar shift? It was really too powerful. To be honest, he was overjoyed. With his strength, he could contend against a second heaven expert. However, if 2 second heaven experts were to launch a sneak attack, he would definitely need to use some of his trump cards to deal with them. But now, with just 1 stellar transposition, he resolved the crisis. Moreover, he injured the other party in an instant. As expected of a great emperor's divine ability. Damn it, this kid is too strange. All of you step back. Both of us. The middle-aged man said.